Is that better? Thank you, Deborah. Wow, I'm glad you said that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I was just rushing around and forgot to put the mic on, and I need a new one. I know it has a little bit of a crackling noise, I think, developing in it, but hopefully that's better. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hopefully, hopefully. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you tonight? Somebody give me a indicator. Is this? It's blinking like it should be. Yeah. Okay. Great. Great. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. I'm so glad you said something. That would have been awful. All right. So we're going to do a quick check-in here for. Yeah, I did pin that. Hey, Priney, good evening. Or Prinny, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. We're glad you dropped in. Lovely to meet you as well. So this is going to be a check-in. Most of you want love, so I'm going to look and see what kind of general reading is coming toward my collective for the week. Let me see if I can adjust that. Hopefully you can see the cards better. In love. Now this is just a general reading. Won't apply to everybody, of course. It will not. Oh, honey, I'm sorry you lost your dog. That's so sad. I am a true Southern belle. Born and bred in the South. Or bred and born, I guess, however that saying goes. All right, what's coming toward my collective in love for the upcoming week? She most definitely is with you in spirit. Yes, she is. I'm glad you know that. And you can talk to her. You can probably feel her. I know after my last pet passed, it was a cat, and he used to, we had an evening ritual where he would come and sit down on my chest, and, you know, we do a little love thing with the chin, and then he'd eventually slide off. And I know for a month after he passed, I could literally feel him on my chest. So, yeah, I know they are. They are with us for sure. Biscuits and gravy, it's a thing over here. It's a Southern thing over here for sure. Not quite like bangers and mash, but it's a thing. Oh, I love that. You caught her on a photograph. That is awesome. Oh, yes, you can feel them. For sure, for sure. Oh, I love that. Because, you know, I'm a medium, and sometimes I pick up people's pets. And that's always fun. I enjoy that. They have such great energy, of course, when I get to pick those up. Well, you're very welcome. Well, I don't know why the cards aren't coming out. Maybe nothing's happening. Maybe it's going to be a quiet week, right, for love? I don't know. Woo, all right. Show us what's coming toward us. Do you just not want me to lose this deck? Let's see here. All right. Maybe coming with some messages of curiosity, maybe wanting to know what you're up to. Hey, Toya and Lisa, good evening. All right, I'm not going to speak too much on that. Let's see what else comes out. Just not sure this is the deck. It's not wanting to talk very much. Wouldn't it, though, Deborah? I know that's why people say, what are your plans for the 4th? I said, nothing. I've had more time, really, kind of to this weekend than I've had in a long time. So it was lovely. Aw. Thank you, Toya. That's awesome. And thank y'all for hitting those little emojis on the side and for hitting that like button, too. It does help my channel, and I'm so grateful. And it's just a nice way to say thank you for us creators over here. It's more work than you would think to having a YouTube channel. Well, somebody might be coming in for some of you now. Could be somebody from your past. I gotta say it. I know many of you don't want somebody from your past, but I have to say it. Sorry, guys. But they may come in wanting balance, wanting harmony. I mean, it could be saying, you know, I've had enough of this time out for a few of you, but for a lot of you, this person has not been willing to surrender to this relationship. So beware. They may come in saying, I've changed, but I have to tell you, they haven't. They have not. And whatever they're coming to tell you, I would be suspect. Boy, I hate to start this off with such a negative reading. Golly, I hate that. Well, this is the card of deception in the tarot, and so I can't ignore it. Well, Joy, that's a very kind message, and I wish you the same. Thank you so much. Toya, karma don't miss no addresses. Amen. So true. I know it. Well, thank you, Prani. That's true. I have no control over the message. It is what it is, and it's a heads up for you. It's definitely a heads up for somebody out here. Yep, they're going to come in acting all happy and curious and, you know, like a page. This could be somebody younger, but doesn't have to be. Yep, let's talk. Let's talk, collective. I really want to balance things out with you. But then these other three cards are like, this person has not got a new perspective. They haven't changed. And whatever they're coming in to tell you is, I wouldn't believe it. So, doggone it. Well, that's a short message. I hate to stop there. What else should I pull on? No, that's the sad truth, Prani. They're just, people are going to do what they're going to do and be who they're going to be, right? Our job is not to try to fix other people. Our job is to focus on our work, our internal work. Hey, Cherie, how you doing, love? How's your weekend been? Mine has been on the quiet side, I'm grateful to say. Very happy to say that. Let me see. They won't tell me anything else about this. Thank you. It's true Southern accent. Through and through. Been in the South all my life. Well, thank you. That's right. That's right. It's like the universe giving us a heads up that something's not right. Get your spidey senses going. That's right, Prani. ST, I am in Alabama, USA. Anything else you want to tell me about this person? Now, this card can also mean strategy, but to me, it's not coming from a good place, whatever strategy this is, at this moment anyway. No, I do not. I have no readings yet. But by the way, for those of you who may want a mini reading, the info and the link is pinned in the chat. They are $15 via PayPal or $20 via Super Chat. And just hit those little dots. If you're watching in the shorts feed, there's 3 little dots at the top. And that'll should open up the description box. Yeah, they're going to tell you they're coming in. I want to give to this now. I want to give equally. I know things I didn't in the past, but I want to give equally to this. But I don't think they're emotionally available. Maybe yet. I'm going to say I'm optimistic. Or they're just withholding their feelings. Toya, that is so smart. Yes, ma'am. Always trust your intuition. Amen, amen. That's why God gave it to us. I was just talking about this in the live on Friday night. God gave animals instinct. He gave humans intuition. That's right. Could be they have not been honest about their feelings. That is true. All right, let's get a few more cards out here, please, and thank you. Thank you. I've got to get my glasses on this. The CG Extra. Sorry, I'm squinting because I have to put my glasses on. Thank you so much. Let me put you down here. In fact, I could do that. I've got 3 different pairs floating around at the moment. Okay, I'll put you on the list. Thank you, thank you. We will do your reading as soon as I finish this one for my collective. Victoria, thank you. That's much nicer and helpful because then I can kind of tune into your energy better too. Thank you for saying that. Victoria, all right. Oh, that's a beautiful name. Wow. Beautiful name. All right, tell me what else for my collective here. For the week in romance. So, all right, talk to me. They're going to come in and say, let's start over. I want a new beginning. Let's jump off that cliff together. I'm kind of laughing at this person. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just, it's almost predictable. I'm laughing because, you know, I do a good bit of readings. And yeah, it's like the same person. We joke about it in my lives. We have a kind of a core group. By the way, y'all should come more often. We have a good time. If you're not subscribed, please think about that and be sure you hit your notification bells because I go live here 2 or 3 nights a week. And so we have this joke about among the kind of core group where we're all dating the same person. Oh, goodness. Amen, Toya. That's so true. Never dim your light. Amen. Preach it, sister. I think, Toya, that's a female, isn't it? I never know with names these days. Well, they're hopeful. Okay, I'll give them that. Well, all right, this is encouraging, but hang on. Let me see what's down here. Well, they certainly don't want to have any conflict with you. That I can tell you. Well, good luck with that. Depending on what this person did over here, what kind of deception there was. I mean, they're coming in saying, I want to, can we start over? Can we have a do-over here? Because I'm very hopeful. And I'm hopeful because now I see your value. Do they really? I see your value. Well, and I should say, this is the Empress card. She also stands for fertility and like in the broader sense. Yes, she is pregnant, but it means she's very loving, she's nurturing. It means expansion also. So, but at the bottom of the deck, and I think this is the story underneath the story. I think your person, whoever this is that may be coming in toward you, is kind of afraid this is who they're going to meet at the door. So, and I know based on a couple of your comments here, that's true. This Queen of Swords in reverse she's the ice queen. She will not take any crap. I'm just saying. She will soon cut you with that knife. And frankly, some of you, it's like you don't want to hear it. So I don't know if this is a repeat story for some of you or not. That's right. Some of them, Toria, they're just coming back to get a fix. I said this the other night on my live. For some of these people that keep coming back around, it's like they need a fix of our energy, especially if we are higher vibrational divine feminines. They don't understand the language of energy, But for many of them, it is about that. They literally, they want to touch, want to consume, want to be in our energy because of how it makes them feel, because we tend to love unconditionally and all those things. And anyway, so this person knows that it's a bit of a risk to come in and talk to you. They do. And the truth of it is, I don't think they've learned their lesson. I hate to say that again, but that's what that card... This can also be saying, though, maybe you haven't heard from them in a while. For some of you, that could be the message there. But they sure want to put this down. This has been weighing heavy on them. And probably you too. I'm saying, feeling like this is probably both of you. Been weighing heavy on both of you. Really. But honestly, well, I'm going to say this is both of you though. It's taken this person a good bit of strength to come forward. I will give you that. And I will say it probably would take strength for you to entertain this and have a conversation with this person. Because they don't, there's probably been this bickering in the past, and neither of you want that anymore. It's like, can we just not have a fight and bicker and talk about this? But I think the truth of it is you, and maybe them too, feel like this relationship has an element of, it's like a missed opportunity here. Yeah. Or, one second, I got a little something in my eye. I think that's for a lot of you. Feels like a missed opportunity. Oh yeah, the story keeps going. Oh goodness. Because something was brought to the light that ended up probably in a heated argument, probably had to do with either overindulgence of some kind. Some of you, it would have been a third party, but this can also mean other kinds of overindulgence, like drinking too much, for example. And some of you said, no, I'm done. Not going to tolerate that anymore. You felt betrayed, and now, you know, you said, no. Just no, not doing that anymore. Now, this is in reverse. So this speaks about somebody who's having a hard time moving on from an ending, a hard time moving on or forgetting about, or emotionally not being still consumed by this betrayal. But yeah, you were very disappointed. Very disappointed. Now, here's the interesting thing. I think either, well, let me say this. Obviously, if this person's coming back here, they want to repeat the cycle with you. But this can also be saying, for some of you, maybe this is an issue that you have to walk away, or you've given, in other words, you've given yourself closure. You've had to, because this person didn't. And maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe they want closure. Maybe that's the deception here. I don't know. But this is, you know, unfinished business. Unfinished business. Hooey. Yeah, some of you are telling me you wanted a more traditional relationship. You wanted somebody who would commit to you. You're, I think, a more traditional person. You wanted somebody, yeah, who would collaborate with you. Yep. So for a few of you, this person could have ghosted you. Whether that was since yesterday or last year, I don't know. I think you thought, many of you thought this was your person. This was a soulmate. Yeah. But this is also talking about a choice. We've got the Page of Swords here, which is, you know, it's communication, but it can also be, we joke, and many readers call it the spy card, because it can talk about somebody like looking in on your social media or going back and looking at old messages, that kind of thing. But because they're reminiscing about you. They're reminiscing, but I don't know that I think this is your energy. I think you've pulled away because you said, no, I see no victory here, and I've gotten clarity now. I've gotten clarity about what I want to fight for, and do I want to fight for this? This is the wounded warrior. Do I want to fight for this? Many of you are saying, no, I don't. I don't want to reconcile with this person, even though I have feelings. Okay, well, so that's for a few of you. I don't know how many, but... Okay, so let me put these back, and I think I'll just ask if there's any advice for my collective before I wrap this up. And thank you so much for everybody who's here with me Sunday night, and thank you for hitting that like button and showing your appreciation, or tickling that little heart over there. Those emojis, those make me smile. I think that's so sweet when y'all do that. Yeah, like that, and they just kind of float up. That just tickles me. Thank you. Hang on. My moderators are not here yet, or tonight. They're probably all out doing whatever with their families, so I gotta block those trolls when they come in. Well, Samira, thank you for being here tonight. So lovely to have you. Oh my goodness, Deborah, wow. He actually had the nerve to say that to you? Tell him no about the flood. Deborah's a Scorpio. Oh, I love that. Deborah says, he once told me he never totally leaves anyone because he never knows when he'll need them again. Holy moly. Talk about hubris. He hasn't dealt with me when my Scorpio stinger was out. That's right. That's right. You never lived or died until you felt that Scorpio stinger, have you, Deborah? Just saying. It's a thing. All right. Do you have any advice for my collective here? I don't know. I'm going to take those. I hadn't really gotten the question out, but that certainly seems relative. Let me see if there's anything. Yeah, good boundaries. Amen. Good, healthy boundaries. A Scorpio too. All right, Victoria. Of course you would be. That's a perfect name for a Scorpio. Elegant and classy and deep. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, that's sad, Victoria, that he said that. I hope, listen, let me finish this. I'll come back to you in a minute, because, my stinger's coming up just hearing that. Gosh. Oh, Samir, I'm sorry to hear you lost your mom. I'm sorry to hear that, hon. But her spirit is around you. Absolutely. You better believe it. Talk to her. A lot of people don't know you can talk to them because they hear you. They absolutely hear you. Okay, so as for the collective, as advice, Spirit is saying, don't you worry about this. You got this. You got this. You have all the resources you need. So whoever this is for, don't worry. Literally, you got this. This talks about manifestation, but it means you have the skills to do whatever you need to do here in this situation. And that probably means not going anywhere with this person. Chariot in reverse. To me, that means not only are the horses in the barn, but they're sleeping. So you're not going anywhere with this person, right? Because why? Because you know your worth. There's that Empress card again. You know your worth. You know that you deserve to be treated like an Empress, that you deserve nurturing, that you are a creative, beautiful, Empress. You know, the Empress is all four queens rolled into one. You have to have gone up through the ranks, through the pages and the knights and the so forth, to get to queen status. And then all of those qualities that you've learned and absorbed, if you will, skills that you've learned through each one of those journeys, all comes together in this Empress. So, yeah. Know your worth. Know your worth. And if somebody wants to come in out of the cold, because that's what that card means, then it's your choice whether to let them in or not. Of course, it's your choice. It's your choice. Yeah. You may be a little bit confused about what to do. Some of you may feel like you've been stuck for so long, though. Some of you. And some of you are saying, no, I'm not going to surrender to this situation. I'm not surrendering to this. I'm not giving in to this. And that very well may cause a tower for this person. A tower talks about upheaval. Excuse me. Toria's saying amen, all right. Talks about upheaval, the rug being pulled out from under you, a hand grenade thrown in, whatever, but it's, and it can be a sliding scale, but still, it's the unexpected at the very least. Because honestly, this person doesn't want to walk away. This person, whoever this person is, whoever this reading is for out there, does not want to walk away. They're feeling quite overwhelmed at the moment. It's like they're making a choice to come towards you. Yes, they're making a choice because why? They are so attracted to you. That's not surprising, is it? I'm being a little sarcastic tonight, aren't I? Queen of Wands, yes, she's the head turner in terms of queen. She's saucy and sassy and smart and a good businesswoman and turns heads and yeah, all of that. And your person, I think, is feeling remorse and regret because why? Because they know there's a lack of harmony here. And also, this talks about patience. I think part of the issue here, where is she? Well, I know I had her, there we go, is you now are owning, like I said, because of this Empress card, you are owning your self-worth more. You know you're attractive. You know you got them lined up out the door, or could have if you wanted, right? You want to put this in the rearview mirror. But this talks about patience. So maybe your person is saying, oh, I just hope they have enough patience to let me in the door one more time. I don't know, do you? Because here we go, now the cards are repeating. And I think you're saying, I really don't want any more conflict here. I'm just going to let this go and chalk it up to a missed opportunity. Yep. Yep. What's being illuminated now is how sorry, I'm trying to not drop the cards there. Yeah. There was unhappiness here. I think many of you are saying this person caused you personal unhappiness. And it can be saying that causes unhappiness for this person when you tell them that. Yep. I think you're all going toward your own star. You're wishing on a star with your hopes and dreams. Yeah, and you're saying, I'm because somebody here wasn't emotionally available. Yep, I'm going on my own. I'm making my own fortune. I'm taking care of myself. Thank you very much. And I'm putting this broken heart in the past. This has already happened. I'm getting over it. I'm healing. And I won't, now there's no gender in tarot, so if there's a he or a she in the card, that's the only reason I say he or she. I'm going toward, I want a king. Thank you very much. If I'm the Queen of Wands, then I want a King of Wands. I don't want any more. I mean, this person may be saying I want to make amends, but you're telling me I don't want to play mind games anymore. I don't want to be with somebody that plays mind games anymore. Nope. Let them sit over there in their karma. Let them deal with that. And they can deal with their own disappointment. Because I'm going to go on out here and explore the world. And I'm leaving this in the rearview mirror, y'all. Woo! All right. Jeez. Man, somebody's turning a corner. I felt that energy was so strong, y'all. Because I don't just read cards. I feel the energy. Whoever this was for, I mean, you have made up your mind. I'm just saying, it's all in the rearview mirror. So whoever that was for, you're good. Yep. Toya saying, yep, I'm good. Hey, Kelly, how are you tonight? Same for Kelly. Hey, Cindy, how are y'all tonight? Denise, there is a comment pinned at the top of this chat or in the description box, and it has links. So you can either purchase one through PayPal. If you buy one through PayPal, they are $15. Or if you use Super Chat, they are $20. And if you use Super Chat, there's that little tiny little rectangle down at the bottom right of your screen that looks like it's got a dollar mark on there. If you click on that, it'll open up and it'll have a little sliding scale, and you have to move that back and forth till you get to the $20 mark. That's how you do that. Yes, please go ahead and put your question in, Victoria. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you know, there's many of us going through a transformation, especially the Scorpios. And I know you said you're a Scorpio. Well, there you go. Well, that I think is, you know, I talk a lot about, let me finish one sentence before I start another. Bad habit of mine. That is the attitude, obviously, and I'll be glad to pull some cards for you. That is the attitude you need, Victoria, because I'm a big proponent here. I talk a lot about law of attraction. Now, I'm going to share a little personal story with you, and I have a feeling you will relate to this. You know, I didn't, excuse me. Thank you, Cherie. Yeah, it's $15 on PayPal or $20 for the Super Chat. That's right. You want to still do readings, but still also do women's circles and healings, Calco circles. But basically, I'm not sure what God wants me to do specifically. Oh, thank you, Jane. I appreciate you. I'm so glad you came by tonight. Aw, yeah, I believe in meant to be. There's no such thing as an accident. There's synchronicities. I'm glad you came by. So Victoria, so I think I do believe in guidance. I do believe, you know, I believe in God. I believe in spirit. I believe that we need to be connected to that to be the best readers that we can be also. This is my personal opinion, okay. I'm just continuing to read your comment over here. Let's see. Well, right, it is. I'm going to disagree a little bit. It kind of depends on what your motivation is. Now, please hear me out. I'm not ever going to judge anybody. You got to do what's right for you is the bottom line. So this is not coming from a place of me judging you in any way about what's right or wrong for you. I'm fortunate enough that I have, you know, a a small retirement. You know, I don't depend on you to pay my bills and put food on my table. So your situation may be very different, and you may really have to focus on the views and so forth, because that's a whole different situation for you. So I'm just acknowledging that I don't know your situation. And again, I'm not ever going to judge anyway. But for me, it was more, and of course, I pray differently too. I always say, thank you, God, versus please, God, give me so-and-so. I try to always align my prayers with thanking Him for things that have already been done. So thank God for aligning you with the content that He wants you to make. So that's one thing I would say, which is kind of how I started. I had other reasons. I wanted to practice this and that. I wanted to get better at this, and I wanted to know if what I was doing, I just wanted feedback. I didn't even care about the views. Of course, at some point you kind of have to, because it is a business. Well, I guess you don't have to, but anyway, you have to balance your time and energy when you're doing this. Let me put it like that. So in that regard, you have to. And like I said, I am going to pull some cards from you. My cards are talking over here. So I think it's a number of things. I think the most important thing message I'm hearing for you is pray about that. Ask God to put you in alignment with the content that your viewers will most like to see. You know, I would word it like that. Then I would, okay, Kelly, thank you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Then I would also use the law of assumption, the law of attraction, because even, well, let me see if I can. Thank you, William. I am doing very well. I hope you are as well. You could say, for example, Victoria, you could say, if you picked a particular segment, you could say, you could affirm positively things like, well, this video is getting so many hundreds of thousands of views, and this is, there's a way to use positive affirmations. I think the better way for you under these circumstances might be to say, I'm sorry, I got distracted. I can't look at the chat. I guess I'm distracted. Might be affirming things like, it is obvious. Thank you, God, for making it obvious for me what content I need to make. Thank you, God, for making it obvious for me the content that is for my highest good and the highest good of everybody else. Thank you for making it clear. Also, Victoria, I'm a big proponent in enlisting the help of your angels, because they're here to help us. They're here with us 24/7 since the day we were born, but they're not allowed to interfere unless you ask them. And a lot of people don't know this, and they're very underutilized. They're bored, I think, over there. So ask them. Say, I call upon you, angels, to please help me discern which of this content is the direction that's for my highest good, number one, and for the highest good of your viewers. And I'll call upon you, angels, to please align these videos with the people who will most benefit from them. So that kind of language is very helpful in terms of manifesting and the direction you want to go. And it's interesting, now you tell me if I'm right or wrong, or if I'm on track or not here, but it feels like you've got two pretty different paths, at least. I think there's a third, but two ideas that you're thinking about. And one is more, I'm trying to think of the word, it's like you almost have a thought, oh, that might be too frivolous. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Like it's lighter and fun, more fun, but I think you're questioning, is that too frivolous? Will people not get it or something? Maybe, I don't know what that is. And then one that is more spiritual, like what you're talking about here, with helping people heal. And the message I'm getting is, why do you feel you need to choose? Why can't you do both? Now, you might lean more toward one than the other, but I think what I'm hearing is if you don't put that pressure of choosing, and you just start with doing a little of both, then I think it will become obvious to you which one your viewers want more of. So let me kind of stop and read your comment. Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah. Victoria's saying, yeah, I'm intuitive, but I also love doing healing, but I can't deal with it. It's so I get so perfectionist about it. I'm so practical, but I do need to be more in my feminine and just get creative, and I stop myself. Yes, and I get that. I know. So it's sort of woven into what I'm feeling this message is about for you, is to relax a little bit, to trust, maybe have a little bit more faith that it's going to unfold for you. It's not about having the answer and then going on YouTube so much as being you and then watching your response come in and letting that sort of guide you, if that makes sense. And I love, because I'm actually thinking of doing some content about more healing. I think we need that more. I'm totally supportive of that. Yeah, we need more of that. The world needs more of that. Absolutely. So I like that idea a lot. I think the struggle is more of an internal struggle about, now this is just what I'm getting intuitively, you feeling, it's kind of like a couple of things. You feeling maybe you don't have all the answers yet, and you need to have all the answers before you start. That may be what you're referring to as perfectionist. And it's a little bit, not as much, but a little bit of that, what if they see behind the mask, and they see, and so this to me is Spirit giving you the opportunity to overcome that, to know that you are okay just in your imperfection, and that people will probably relate more to that. If people ask you questions, and I do this all the time, people ask me questions and I don't know the answer, I'm going to say, I don't know that answer. I'd love to know that. So if you get back to me and let me know, we'll both learn from it or whatever. And I think you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to feel like you have to have all the answers even before you start that sort of program. You're saying, yes, I do feel like I need the answers. I'm on point. Thank you. Well, that's right. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe we could collaborate. Shoot me an email if you will, and let's do something off here. It's Scorpio1111reads@gmail.com. So I'd love to talk to you more about that. I bet we could share a lot. So I really feel like it's not this question, this thing you're struggling with is more about an internal struggle with you than it really has anything to do with content or YouTube views. I kind of have to bring it back to that, because that's sort of where the world is for me. It's let me drive it home for you. For example, instead of focusing on what the content is that's needed, look at yourself first. This is first, before you do any of that. Where are you feeling triggered with this choice? Where are you feeling like weak versus strong? Wherever that is for you is probably where you need to go most, right? But it's just saying, it's like I talk about here all the time in relationships. To me, relationships of any kind, but particularly romantic relationships, are always our best mirror and our best teacher. So I would say, look at this situation. What is it mirroring you that you need to heal? Now, I think once you work on that, the answer will be very obvious. And again, intuitively, I don't think you have to choose here. I think you can mix. I feel like healing is a natural path for you, but whatever this other component is, so I think maybe 2/3 on the healing and 1/3 on this other, because the other one, I don't even know what it is. If you said, my apologies, I didn't catch it. It feels lighter. The energy of it feels lighter, and you're going to need some of that to balance out all of this. Healing is great, but it can be heavy, especially for those of us who are doing it. So I think this might be a case of maybe you need some of that lightness to help you keep yourself, as Jimmy Buffett would say, between the navigational beacons, right? To help you keep balance, in other words. Let me see if there's anything else they want me to say here. Yeah, I just think this is like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. And you know, YouTube is changing by the minute, as you know, right? Let me see what deck. Yeah. YouTube is changing by the minute, it seems. You're saying, yeah, my content just gets so deep and serious, but I'm trying to make my content more funny and more humorous. See, I love that. Hey, Ruth, good evening. Yeah, and I think it needs that. And here's, you may know this, but when energy gets heavy, the best way to break that energy up and lighten up the energy is humor. You know, laugh, smile, joke, you know, because otherwise we're just, that's all weighing on us, right? And if you're in that field, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, my pleasure, my pleasure. I'm happy to share. I'm grateful you guys are finding this interesting. So is there any other advice you can give me to help Victoria, please? I don't know what kind of healing you do, Victoria, but I was thinking about some of my own thoughts recently about doing that, because my training is more in Chinese practices of energy, which is very different. And excuse me, and I tend to go myself into, well, people sure aren't going to understand this, and what, you know. So I understand your dilemma, but you know, the people that are most going to benefit will find it helpful. They will be in alignment if you declare that. That's sort of the prayer, part of the prayer that I say before I ever come on YouTube every time is, thank you, God, for aligning me with the people that can most benefit from my messages. Oh, goodness. Yes, yes. Don't feel like you have to, this is what I was saying, I just feel like you don't have to make a choice here. I think you're putting that pressure on yourself. That's the Three of Wands in reverse. I don't think you have to make a choice. I think you can do both. I think you're more worried about money and people not accepting you or not understanding what you're presenting, the Five of Pentacles in reverse, and being put out in the cold, so to speak, by your viewers. I think you're more worried about that than is good for you. Can I say it that way? I think that might be holding you back, because I can't not say, Victoria, that if you're worried, that's a lower vibrational energy than optimism. And so I'm feeling that you've got a lot of worry energy around that Five of Pentacles, and I think that's holding you back, to be honest. Oh, Kat, that is such a sweet thing to say. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. I think you're going to add some good energy tonight. I appreciate that. Well, I know, Victoria, and listen, it's an easy trap to fall into, especially when you're having to show yourself on a camera. And I mean, I don't know if you show your face or not, but you know, I had my own mountain to climb about that before I was okay with it. Most of us do. Maybe this is a bit of, that seems too harsh. I started to say crisis of faith. That's too harsh, but I think it conveys, it's a crossroads in that you have to believe in yourself if you want everybody else to believe in you. And I know that's such a cliche, but really, this is like saying, well, you've got to really invest, and by invest, I mean energetically, you believe in it, you know that it has value and worth, and then that's going to be reflected back to you. As opposed if you're stuck in this doubting it and, oh my gosh, I'm not perfect. I think it's going to be more well received when you show your imperfections. Because come on, who among us, you know? Who among us, if you get my drift? Yes, it is for everybody, isn't it? On one end of the spectrum or another, but for some of us more than others. And I'll tell you another message I'm getting for you. Like many of us who are here to kind of lead the way, excuse me, y'all, you very well may have had a previous lifetime where your energy, your skills were not appreciated. You could have been persecuted. You could have been executed for your abilities in this realm. And so you carry that fear with you. And I'm feeling like you've got some of that going on underneath this too. And that might be affecting, because that's in your energy field. You never, you know, we are driven a lot by what's in our subconscious, but I feel when something like that is in our energy field, it's even deeper than our subconscious. Anyway, Kelly, you have issues with that too? Wow. Yeah, it's a thing. You're saying, I've been ridiculed in my past and and you're only 28. Wow, but most of my life I've had so much shame projected onto me. Excuse me. You want to move on from it and be yourself. Well, amen. I'm so glad you said that, because it does, I feel it in your energy, and I think that's the challenge here. It's not about, yeah, it's toxic and it's holding you back. You know what that card means. Yeah, it's preventing you from awakening even more skills within you. Yes. And it's causing you to procrastinate, and whether that's conscious or unconscious, to actually move toward your happiness here. It's just a lesson you have to learn. It's just a lesson like all the other lessons we have to learn. So I really feel like that's the crux. Yeah, Kelly, that's so human, isn't it? That we get embarrassed when making mistakes in front of people. So true. But here's the thing. If you mess up, is it going to kill you? Is it going to, you have to kind of rationalize that in your head. No, I might be embarrassed. People might say some things. Oh, well. So you kind of have to consciously take a time out and put it in perspective, I think. I feel like it's a root chakra problem. Well, it could be. Do you think I need to do anything to help me move on? Well, I always like to say that I think being aware of what specifically it is half of healing it. That's sort of my mantra, if you will, when it comes to healing. I don't know that that's accurate, but that's how I feel about it. I think the core work for you here, Victoria, seems to be, it's almost that I'm feeling a couple of things. One is you have, let me get this, I'm separating this energy in my mind. Give me a second here. There's a lot incoming, incoming. You know, some people have a fear of succeeding. Some people have a fear of failing. Yours is more the former because, and let me use myself as an example. I've shared this with some people before. And I'm not going to go into the specifics of why, but let's just say I had a rough childhood, to say the least. And so being seen was not safe when I was a child. You know, the only way you could survive and be safe when I was growing up is if you were not seen or heard, right? So the more public you get, and especially on a platform like YouTube, I experienced this and had the opportunity to work on healing it because I'm an artist. I'm a professional artist by training. And so like my first show, I thought I was like throwing up for the day before. Literally my body was in this huge panic mode and I didn't know what it was about, and I finally got down to the core of it. It was because I had more fear about being seen and heard than about the failing part. So I feel like there's a little bit of this going on for you too, and you're talking about your root chakra. That relates to survival. So there's something in your past, that some kind of a trauma. You mentioned one thing in particular. And so I think that if you did some work around that, it would shift a lot of this energy for you. Sometimes you have to, you know, it can be a little, I won't say it's complex, but multi-layered, because I feel like a pattern like that starts in childhood. So it helps to do inner child work, like soothing your inner child is very helpful. You know, that's kind of one of the things I work with my clients is, now let's talk about this. What's really being triggered here, what you're feeling, this fear that you're feeling is coming from your inner child. So you have to soothe your inner child, talk to your inner child, say, you know what, that was then, whatever this thing that might have happened in the past, that was then, but this is now. That's not going to happen to you now. The adult you is here. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to protect you. It's going to be okay. Even if this isn't exactly like we hope it will be, it's okay. I'm an adult now. And I know that we're going to be okay. I got you. I got your back. Don't worry. Kind of you start by soothing that part of you. And then I like to then add on to that to do, of course, I'm a big meditator and I teach meditation, and I don't know if you do that, but I've got videos for anybody who's watching on my channel. I've got a 3-part video. The first one is the breathing technique. The second one is how to meditate, just a simple one. And the third one is a guided meditation. But I think meditation is one of the most important, misunderstood, if not misvalued techniques that we have to us, because it helps us to really let go of the outside world and feel totally who we are without the constant distractions. And by doing that, it's like we can have a safe space to get okay with us, if I can put it that way. Oh, good. I'm so glad you're a meditator. That's awesome. So just adding these things, and then of course I love affirmations, and I particularly like Abraham Hicks because, sorry, somebody's car horn's going off, car alarm's going off. 1 second, I forgot to mute that also. So I think it's a combination of skills to put together, and of course if you know energy work, it's also helpful to do that. So putting all these things together. But the biggest affirmation I'm kind of feeling for you has to do with being seen, heard, and valued. So I would start working on assuring yourself, using those affirmations. I am seen, I'm valued. My content is appreciated. My content is aligned with those people who are most going to benefit from it. I'm aligned with ideas that my audience will love. I'm aligned with what's for my highest good and the highest good of my audience. And really get on a bit of a, as Abraham Hicks calls it, a rampage of positivity. Get on that rampage and start raising your vibration, because the higher you can raise your vibration, of course, the more your content, the more people will be aligned that match that, as well as your content will be more well received, if that makes sense. And then, of course, you can always do very specific manifestation techniques about it. But I'm just feeling like I don't think this has to, back to my original statement, I don't think this is something you have to choose. I think you can incorporate all of your ideas. That doesn't seem to be the core issue here. The core issue I'm sensing is you're being okay with it, and you're being okay not being perfect. I think that really is at the heart of you moving forward and like even succeeding. I mean, I see that really seems to me, I mean, I'm kind of getting this visual, that seems to be the only hurdle between you and where you want to be, is kind of getting, you know, getting that shifted in your life. So awesome. You do guided meditations? Yes, I'm actually going to start doing that too. I want to get a group. Well, I have a in person. I mean, I have community here that I teach where I am in Alabama, but I want to start an online one as well. Hey, Adia, I'm so glad you're here, love. Thank you. Thank you for being here. It hasn't been too bad tonight. Well, you're very welcome, Victoria. I do hope it has helped, and feel free, like I said, to reach out and in an email. Maybe we could, you know, help each other in some way or collab. I'm very open to that, so it'd be lovely. And I'd love to hear, of course, more about what kind of work you do as well. I hope that has helped, but that feels like the core issue for me is more about that for you. I'm your older you. I like that. Yes. Well, let my older you comfort you. Hey, it's not so bad over here, actually. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you so much for buying a super chat and supporting me tonight, too. I do hope that helps. Aw. See, I know, and you just have to keep that. We are aligned with whom and where we need to be, right? If we just have that faith. So, thank you, Victoria. I so appreciate that. And I'm gonna wish you luck. You don't need luck. You really don't need luck. You just need to relax a little bit and let yourself be human like the rest of us. That was an awesome question, and again, I appreciate you being here, Victoria. Let me know when you move to the States. That's cool. Where are you, by the way? What part of the world are you in? I say the States. You call it America. We call it the States. Kind of same. Okay, let's see. Kelly. Adia, my holiday was on the quiet side, and I'm very grateful about that. I really am. It really has been, you know, I stepped back and gave myself some extra time to relax and just kind of chill a little bit this weekend. It was lovely. I needed it. Oh, Scotland. Oh, I love Tennessee. Tennessee's a wonderful state. I wouldn't go toward Memphis area. I would stay away from the Memphis area. It's deteriorating, sadly. Not to mention they've got a huge fault line that when that cracks, it's going to the city of Memphis is going to slide into the Mississippi River, but, you know, I don't mean to sound doomsday, but, you know, it's way overdue, so just don't get too close. I would stick with, like, I mean, I don't know if you're talking about moving in the countryside or you want a city, but Chattanooga or what's the other one? Knoxville, those are good cities too. I have some meditation community up in Knoxville. That's a good group. You have been drawn to Alabama. Well, gosh, that's awesome. Well, you've got to let me know if you decide to come this way. Montana's beautiful. I hear. I haven't been there, but yes, ranches and natural living. Oh, I hear it's stunning there. It is my pleasure, Victoria. Again, I hope that it helped, and thank you so much for being here tonight. And that'd be awesome if you ever get to Alabama. You want a ranch life. I see, off-grid. Cool. Yeah, I love living out in the woods. Oh, if only. God had other plans for me, though, so here I am. Gary's here. I just saw that. Hey, Gary, how are you tonight? I know. I think Adia must be in her sniper nest now. Oh my gosh, really? You deleted everybody and now you're in hiding? Holy cow. Well, all right, nothing like a clean slate, right? I can just see them writhing with the old Scorpio stinger. Yep, sometimes that's what you got to do, right? Block and walk away. Move on, move on. All right, Kelly, I'm ready for your question. I don't think you put it in the super chat, did you? I didn't notice it, but, you know, I also don't have my glasses on. Oh, wait, maybe you did. Hang on, let me see. Okay, so you want to know about your agreement, your soul contract with Jay. Okay, I will ask that for you. Well, welcome and happy coffee and happy good morning to you, Praveen. Of course, it's evening here, but I know it's morning where you are. All right, what deck, please, for Kelly and her person, Jay? One second, Kelly. Let me put back there so I don't have my table all cluttered. This one or this one? Wow, this one has really been talkative lately. All right. Okay, now we want to ask, what was the soul contract between Jay and Kelly? Was the soul contract for them to come together in this lifetime? All right, let's ask. And a very good morning. Yes, I love that. Different parts of the world. That just is one of my favorite things about YouTube. Get to talk to people in all parts of the world. I'm going to hold my thoughts, but I was looking at cards. Sometimes I talk to the deck even when I'm not saying it out loud. I'm getting messages. The internet is blursing. What's blursing? Oof. Hey, Tonda and Antoinette, welcome. Oh, good question, Deborah. So I'm going to take just a second to answer that. Deborah asked, what does a soul contract look like? Because many of you might be interested in this. In fact, I was asked to do a video on it, and it's on my list. I have a list of written ideas of requests for videos, so I'll touch on it here. When we, because I guess I have to preface this, I'm talking about reincarnation. So when we are thinking about, we've done our rest, we've done our life review, we've had a little time out, right? And when it's time for us to come back here again, we have what I call a council meeting. It's when our advisors, our guides, ancestors, higher powers, it's like a team of advisors come together to advise us and guide us into what we need to do in this next lifetime. Now, we always, everybody, in my opinion, has this sort of plate, let's say, of lessons that we need to learn or karma that we need to finish with people. And so maybe there's 2 or 3 big things on our plate, you know, some little things, but let's say predominantly 2 or 3 big things. So in this conference that we have, you know, we talk about that, and we say, okay, well, I need to work on this, and I need to heal this thing, and we're looking down at Earth and all the parents and potential parents that we might want to go to, and we say, well, let's see, those parents would give me this thing, and let's see, but I need to do this, and they won't give me that, but, oh, these parents would give me this, but then whatever, oh, these parents will give me all of these things, so I'm going to choose my parents, because you determine who your parents are, you choose your parents, you choose your socioeconomic status, you choose your location, you choose your race, your gender, all of that is predetermined when you come in here. Now, back to the question about soul contract. So, you're sitting around this big round table, let's call it, because humans need visuals to picture these things, I guess. And Kelly, I am coming back to answer your question. Thank you for your patience. And there are certain, like, we tend to incarnate into soul groups. These are people that we come together with and encounter lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. Partly because we have karma, we have unfinished business with these people, right? And so you're all of your soul group and all of your advisors are sitting around this metaphorical soul table. And this person over here is saying, okay, I see that you need to overcome this thing, so I'll come in as your mother this lifetime. So you make a contract with that person to come in, I'll be your mother. And maybe there's this other person that says, yeah, I know you've got this, boy, I hate to do it. Maybe there's a reason that you had some karma that you need to have. I'm trying not to say this, and there's no other way not to say it. For example, a lot of people will ask me, well, why would anybody choose a lifetime to come in when they know they would be abused, for example? Well, I don't know other than karma and life lessons, and I know this is getting off track, so again, Kelly, thank you for being patient. Yes. Somebody here needs to hear this tonight, though. So, yes, there's that, but also you would find that most people who end up being healers of some kind have got some kind of trauma in their childhood. And so it's a setup. And Spirit knows what you need in order for you kind of to become the person you need to be to fulfill your life path and to live up to what your intentions were when you came into this lifetime. And so maybe that one other person on your council says, I love you more than any of these other people, so I'm going to come in and be your abusive parent. I'm going to come in and be the person that you're going to end up hating me, but it's what I'm going to do. I love you more than any of these people, so I'm going to take on that role. So you have a contract with that person. And then somebody over here says, well, I'll be the first love. I'll be your first love, your teenage love. I'll come in and do that contract. And maybe this one over here says, yeah, but because you've got so many wounds from your father who abused you, whatever, I'm going to come in and teach you about an abandonment issue. So you'll have a contract with that person. So do you kind of see we have agreed upon contracts, soul contracts, or contracts with our soul family before you come into this lifetime. This is the world according to me, but I think you'll find a lot of people have this same belief, even though they might not explain it this way. So that's what a soul contract means. Now, people have free will. You can come in and this track can be changed. It doesn't have to be set in stone. It just means that you did have an agreement. People can break agreements too. Yeah, I hear you, Kelly. I know you say that now, but for everything I've heard from even more experienced psychics and mediums than me we all say we don't want to come here. We're done with planet Earth, and when we get over there, we can't wait to get back here. So I don't know. Well, no, Kelly, I wouldn't say your question is useless at all. I don't mean to imply that. But Deborah had asked me what a soul contract was because I referred to that with your reading here, and I wanted to address that because I felt there were some other people listening that might benefit from that knowledge. So, however, I always talk about this. You do have the ability, you are a powerful creator, so if you understand about law of manifestation, that's part of your lesson too. Some, for all I know, some contracts can be, I'm going to be that love that comes in and teaches you about abandonment. Doesn't mean that you're not going to heal that wound. That's the whole idea, is you come in here and heal it with that. Even if you don't stay with that person or you stay with them the rest of your life, you heal the wound. Or the karma, however you want to put that. So anyway, so here we go. And I hate to deliver this message, but I don't think so. It doesn't look like it's meant to be for the long term, Kelly. I was asking questions of the deck before I spoke to you and started letting the cards fly out, and so when I'm doing that, I'm asking questions, and then I cut the deck and I look at the card that I get, and I did it twice, and I got two queens. I got a queen of Pentacles in the upright and a Queen of Hearts in the reverse. And the message I got from that, even before these cards came out, was you and your person, one of you is here probably to teach the other one about stability, and the other one is very likely here to teach you about being emotionally vulnerable. So let me know if that's resonating for your story, because I feel like the message here is saying at some point, I don't know where you are on this timeline, but at some point, one of you is going to decide that you don't want to fight for this anymore. And you very likely will decide that because you want to go, and in other words, you have other dreams, you have other hopes, and you're not very possibly getting this, what you're hoping for in this relationship is not happening. Because this talks about personal unhappiness here. And then I've got, that sounds right, at the bottom of the deck here is the Justice card in reverse. So one of or both of you may feel like there's injustice here. It may feel like, again, this can be bad karma. Somebody here has to experience some karma because of, that's part of their contract maybe, or something they created in this lifetime yet. But here's the thing too. Soul contracts are not just here for our own personal growth. They're also here to balance energy on a bigger, global, more esoteric, spiritual, quantum field way. That really is largely what I'm getting off of this Temperance card. This talks about patience, but it also talks about, this is a major arcana. This is in the traditional Rider-Waite, and you can kind of see it here. This is an angel pouring cups into this cauldron. She's pouring cups, the opposite cups. Whatever these is in each of these cups are completely opposite. But she's pouring it into this cauldron. And this particular card, because sometimes she's pouring it just from kind of one cup to the other, depending on the artwork. But in this one, look, it looks like it's in the fire. Can you get the symbolism here? Pouring these cups, these two opposite cups, into the fire. Now, what we know about fire, it molds us. It's, you know, they put the sword in the fire to strengthen the steel, right? And I think at some point you're going to, again, I don't know if this is you or your person, Jay, you're just going to say, I don't, you know, there's been too much bickering and fighting, or maybe even competition. I don't really want to do that anymore. I don't want conflict anymore, right? And yes, you or them may find there's sadness and probably some regrets about them. Maybe they regret not choosing you, or vice versa. But somebody here may well either not be willing to, not be the right time. Maybe it's the right thing, the right person, not the right time. But for some reason, somebody here is not willing to surrender and get a new perspective that's needed for this situation to be successful, and that's very likely why it fails. Somebody here could be overindulging too. I don't know if that means third parties or alcohol or some other thing, but at some point that very likely is going to cause a tower between you two. And that being said, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to walk away. Somebody here is not going to want to walk away. I get that. And you may have unfinished business with each other. Let me see, I know you've commented. I probably have missed some of your comments. Okay. So Kelly, I'm sorry it seems so heavy, but you've heard that saying, some people are in our lives for a season, a reason, or what is that saying? Somebody in the chat tell me what that saying is. A season, a reason, or a lifetime? Is that how it goes? And so it feels like this one is more of a reason. Like they're here to teach you something. That's correct. Season, a reason, or a lifetime. This one feels like a reason, like there's some gold in here. 717. Oh, it is, isn't it? Yes. 7 is a spiritual number. Was it the monks or priests? I can't remember the history, but when children were born, there was a time in history in certain culture where children were born under the sign of a 7. They would immediately put them into the spiritual practices, and I don't know if priesthood or monks, I don't know what, but somewhere in there. So what is the advice here for Kelly, or what is the lesson here that Kelly needs to learn from this? Because Kelly, I firmly believe, again, regardless, remember in my readings, because I know you're here and and I appreciate you being a loyal watcher and viewer. Excuse me. Once you learn the lesson, you can be on a different timeline. As I said, you can learn the lesson and it can change your trajectory, because that's what I'm doing here when I put on these readings. Is I'm simply pulling a potential from the quantum field that says, well, right now, if you don't change anything, this is the trajectory that you're on. But if you do the healing work, that changes the trajectory. And so who knows? But I'm going to ask, so what advice do you have for Kelly? Anything that can be helpful for Kelly going forward, please? Thank you, April. I'm glad you're finding it interesting. Thank you. All right. What can you tell me? What does Kelly need to know, maybe? It's most helpful. For her journey with Jay. Yes, numerology. Hey, Sarah. Oh, did you do a PayPal thing, Sarah? I'll check in a second. Okay, I think the Spirit is saying not this deck. Okay, well, this one maybe? All right. What advice, please, do you have for Kelly? Please, Kelly and Jay. Okay, thank you, Marley. I will check on that 1 second. Give me some advice, please, Spirit, for Kelly. How to move forward, or what does she need to learn from this or be aware of? Well, it's close to those first two queens I saw. Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, I think this is about you knowing your worth. You believing in your own worth here. And it also might be three queens now. Queen of Pentacles. She's a queen. She would be a marrying type of queen that, you know, hear me out here. She's very nurturing. She's generous. She's a good provider. She has her own money. She's independent in the sense that she doesn't need anyone, but she often is married. She often has a family. But she's very, can you see her face? She's very content. I've got everything I need. I don't need anything outside of me. Now, the Queen of Wands, she is very sensual, sexual. She's an entrepreneur. She projects a lot of confidence. She is all about confidence. And she likes nice things in life. Nothing wrong with that, of course. But, because you knew there was one coming, sometimes I think, how do I want to say this? Sometimes you can focus a little too much on what didn't work out like you wanted it to, or you might sometimes believe too much in things that as you want them to be, not necessarily as they are. Because I'm speaking of this Ten of Pentacles in reverse. This talks about unhappiness. Now, this generally is in family and environment kind of happiness, not necessarily so much personal happiness, but in this particular deck, because the artwork is people sitting on a rainbow, I often think of this, and because it's in reverse, it's like I fell in love with the idea of something more than the thing itself. Maybe it was a bit of an illusion, and at some point your rose-colored glasses come off. Now, yeah, so the next message, though, is don't turn into the Queen of Cups in reverse. It's saying regardless of what happens with you and this person, don't be jaded and hold back your feelings and hold back your heart and say, no, I'm never going to be in love again. I'm never going down that road again. I'm never going to fall in love again because I can't have that person. And then get stuck, because that's just going to cause you unhappiness. So I think there's a caution here for you, Kelly. Let me see what you're saying here. I've made desperate decisions trying to get away from my family, so they didn't work out. Yes, lifetime of disappointments. Ooh, that's harsh, Kelly. I mean, harsh to live through, is what I'm saying. I'm so sorry to hear that. And that might also explain all these queens. Besides them representing you, they can represent people in my readings. And so maybe that's saying all of these are people. Maybe one was more focused on home and family. Maybe one was more focused on attention and what they look like. And then maybe one was just completely overly emotional or emotionally unavailable. Those could be people too that you've had to deal with in your life. But it's causing you, I think, to be closed off. I have to say that. And you're a little bit too stuck here. Death card in reverse means I don't want to change. And disappointment here being sad, remorse. Stuck in that old energy. Well, you can't, and you've been here enough times, I know you've heard me talk about this. Well, I think you must have. If what you want is a happily ever after with Jay over here, but you're focused on all these other disappointments, even though these disappointments had nothing to do with Jay and your relationship, they may be something totally different in your life, like you say, family. It's still a frequency, and everything in the world is energy, it's frequency. And so if your emotional state is being influenced and you are kind of sitting in this lower vibrational vortex over here of all these unhappy emotions because of family, that's what any relationship coming toward you is going to mirror. So it's going to mirror disappointment, maybe abandonment probably. You're not good enough, or you're not worthy, or I'm not accepted for me, or those kinds of issues. And so you have to find a way to shift your emotions, Kelly, and to leave that behind you, because that's sabotaging you right now. You know you need to get out of a rut. Yes, I just can't seem to forget. Well, it's a choice, and I'm not picking on you. I'm saying it is a conscious choice, and that there's this quote that I love. If you're not changing, you're choosing. You're choosing to stay back here if you're not changing. So it's all about getting control of the monkey mind. All those thoughts you think every day, those 60,000 thoughts, you're on autopilot. So you have to be the person who's sitting in the back of the plane. You got to take charge and walk to the front of that plane, open that cockpit door, put yourself in the pilot seat, and take it off of autopilot. And that's a little scary, and it's kind of going to wobble and go crazy for a little while, right? Until you learn how to pull back the, whatever they call that, stick. I think they call that the stick when they're flying, right? And get control of your mind. And that's really what this is about. It's learning how to control your mind, your thoughts, which then all of that affects your emotions. And so right now you're letting it control you, not the other way around. And that's causing a big division in all of your relationships, but especially this one with Jay. And I wish I had something more positive to say, but what I can say is if you can change that, No, you can change that if you will change that and start finding something to be happy about. Anything. Don't focus on the thing you want. That's actually counterproductive. It's actually, oh, well, thank you, Kelly. I certainly don't mean to be picking on you. I don't know. I'm not coming from that place at all. And I appreciate you saying that. It's really about getting control of your mind, as I said, and therefore your emotions. Because you have the thought and then the emotion comes flooding in, right? You don't have the emotion first and then the thought. It's the other way around. You have a thought and then that reminds you, oh yeah, I'm hurting over that. So you have to start taking that joystick in the plane and say, no, we're not going to do that nosedive today. We're pulling up on the joystick, we're looking up, we're going to soar, we're going to start changing our thoughts. And is it difficult? Yes. It's simple, but difficult. And it takes a whole lot of diligence and a whole lot of practice. What I was going to say, and this applies to anybody wanting anything in your life, for those of you that are here listening, all you have to do is get happy to change your vibration. Everything you ever wanted is already in that proverbial field out there. You just have to be a vibrational match for it. So you have to get yourself elevated on that scale of vibrational frequency, which means getting happy. You can't get this wonderful thing that you want if you're down here in the muck of it, so to speak, vibrationally speaking. So, Kelly, I hope that helps, honey, because I know what it feels like. It's so hard. I've been there. I swear, I've been there. I don't talk about things that I haven't lived personally, and I know how hard it is, but the way I got myself out of it was literally, I would lay in my bed, and I still do this to this day, lay in my bed thinking, okay, even though my life is evaporating before my eyes and everything I thought I had in all of my dreams have now come crumbling down, so to speak, not to be melodramatic, but that's exactly what was happening, and I won't go into the story. I've got to find something to be feeling good about. I've got to find something to be happy about. And I literally would lay there until I could do that, and I would say, okay, first of all, I woke up today. A lot of people didn't. Second of all, I have a strong body and a healthy body. I'm very grateful for that. I have my family, and all of those people are doing well. Gosh, I've got clean water to drink. Do you know there are countries where they don't have clean water to drink? I have fresh air to breathe here, clean, fresh air. It's not toxic. I have a toothbrush in there that I can use to brush my teeth. I actually have food in my pantry. I have a car to drive. Pardon me. It's so common, especially here in this country in America, that we take all those things for granted. But if you can just get yourself to start appreciating the small things, eventually you'll have lots of things to appreciate, and they'll get bigger and bigger. And you'll find that you become a magnet for positivity because you are positive. So that's just a suggestion. That's, I said, how I did it, how I kind of pivoted and was able to turn it around in my life. Well, Kelly, I'm sorry to hear that. That just means you've got some blocks that you haven't uncovered yet in your subconscious. Now, I mean, that's just no other answer, because it's, no, I don't think you're cursed. I really don't. I think you're stuck. If you believe that you're cursed, then I think you may have a bit of a victim mentality. Things are never working out for me. Things don't ever work out for me. Some things are always going wrong for me. And you're right, you're just going to get more of that, because what you think about, you bring about. And I know all these are cliches that everybody hears every day, but it's absolutely true that that's what you're going to get more of. You're just a magnet. What people don't understand, you Every human being is a magnet. So what are you a magnet for? What are you thinking every day? That's what you're going to get more of. So Kelly, I'm just going to wish you so much love and luck, and I want things to get better for you. I truly do. But I've kind of given you the tools in my toolbox to help you with that. I hope that you'll choose to start trying to change some of those thoughts that seem so oppressive for you, because I know they are. I can feel that. You are very welcome, Kelly. I want the best for you, of course, and I just want you to be happy. I really, really do. Mish, I didn't expect to see you tonight. I know you were working in the... Well, I know you're in a good mood then if you've been digging in the dirt, right? You've been digging in the dirt, grounding yourself. All right, one second, y'all. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you. Okay, Marley. Sarah and Marley. Sarah is next, and then Marley. All right, so Sarah, would you type in your question for me, please? It's great for your complexion, though, all that sweating, right, Mish? All right, Miss Sarah. There we go. What guidance do the cards show to strengthen my self-confidence in my relationship and also to find my individuality? Ooh, what a good question. What deck, please, for Sarah? Well, that is an unusual one. Let me see if I can dig these out. I don't use this little deck very often. One reason is because the images are so small. I have a hard time seeing them. Okay, let's ask. Sarah wants to know how to strengthen her self-confidence in her relationship and also to find my individuality. What messages do you have for Sarah? I'm taking that one. Sarah, I can tell you, there's some really great channels here on YouTube that have affirmation videos. Some of them are literally affirmations on repeat. Some of them are affirmations on repeat, but subliminal, like they will have nature sounds or something. You can play it going about your house or play it at night while you're sleeping. I think those can help a lot of people. In fact, Kelly, I would actually recommend that for you too. Hey, Ryan, good evening. So what can you tell me for Sarah, please? What kind of advice for Sarah to get stronger in her relationships and also confidence? Yeah, it's just confidence. Confidence, but not arrogance, Sarah. That's what I feel is what you're wanting here. If I feel it, I'm just going on what I'm feeling. Oh, goodness, yes, Mish. There are so many, and like I have some, depending on what's going on, I'll play them at night while I'm sleeping. And they're everything, like there's ocean sounds, there's a babbling creek, there's fire, like a crackling fire, there's rain, there's all kind of, and you don't really hear the messages, they're just underneath there. So yeah. Unless you want to, like I said, then those are available too. All right, show me please what can help Sarah. And now I know this is, hey Emmy, welcome in. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I want to take these glasses off because of the glare, but I may need them to in a minute. These cards are so small. This is, I mean, right out of the gate, Sarah, the first card was the Ten of Cups. I mean, that's focusing on what you're happiness. If you, and I know you've been here for what I was just telling Kelly. It's the same answer for everybody. You got to focus on what you have, not what you don't have. You got to focus on what you love, not what's making you unhappy. You got to focus on getting happy and take responsibility for your happiness, not projecting that onto other people. If you were expecting other people or anything outside of you to make you happy, it's not lasting. You might be happy for an afternoon or maybe even a week, but sooner or later that person's going to disappoint you. So like you're asking, I say that because you're asking about relationships. If I was you, I would concentrate on, affirming positive things about yourself, and then that person's just going to mirror that back to you, like these affirmation videos. One of the ones, there are plenty of generic ones, but one of the channels, if you're working on relationships and you need some good, it's saucy. She can be saucy. She's not always, but she can be saucy. So that, you know, just play some of her different videos. But it's, hang on a minute. She has two different names. It's, oh, wait a minute. It's coming. It's coming. I know I've recommended her to y'all before. I'm going to find it for you because I know it's in my playlist. One of them anyway. Hang on a second, guys. I'll find it. One minute. I just have to find the right playlist, and I'll tell you her name. Jasmine is her name. Why can I not find that playlist? What is going on here? Oh, because I'm not logged in as me. That's why. Yeah. One second. I got to switch over here. I won't tell you her name because I think many of you might want to try her out. I'll be back. Manifest with Jasmine. Manifest with Jasmine. Now I got to pull myself back up here 1 second. Okay, there we go. So anyway. So you might want to look into her playlist and see if anything resonates with you there. All right, what else can you tell me for Sarah? Please and thank you. What else can you tell me? What other advice have you got for Sarah? MBM, it's not that hard to set up a channel. What's hard is getting the viewers. I mean, if you're doing it just to have fun, that's one thing. If you're doing it because you want to make money, then you have to there are hurdles that YouTube, or gates that YouTube sets up. You have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours before you are monetized, assuming you're wanting to do it, to make money. Sarah, I'm just not seeing your comment. Manifest with Jasmine. I will look her up. Channel after me. Good. Okay, perfect. Just one, and there are lots, but she's kind of fun. She goes into, like I said, she's a little saucy and goes into some, anyway, check it out. All right. Well, come on now. You're not wanting to, here we go. Talk. Oop, this 2, okay. Judgment and the Ace of Wands. Yes, oh, these are great cards. Oh my gosh. Well, you are awakening. You are becoming more awakened. You're becoming more spiritually awake. You're becoming more spiritually evolved, Sarah. And that's sort of the answer to the question is, you are becoming that, but that's the answer. As you do that, you will learn that if you just focus on your own happiness, everything else will be reflected to you. And it will, now, doesn't mean our life is you're never going to have another challenge or another disappointment. That's not what this means. It just means that part of your awakening as a spiritual person is to learn this, what I'm just talking about here, about being happy and and learning that your happiness does not come from anything outside of you, that it's an inside job and it's a choice. It's a choice. Now, this Ace of Wands, that's something passionate, a passionate new beginning that's coming toward you. So you talked about individuality. I think something is coming to you, and I don't always get, this, in other words, I could read this and say, you're creating a new beginning for yourself because of all this, but this really feels like, oh, Allison, that's so sweet. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Honey would indicate I'm from the South. I'm in Alabama. Melissa's saying, great advice. I know, and it relates to this. Oh, awesome. I'm so glad y'all are resonating with this. Thank you. So, Sarah, I think the universe is sending you something here. You're talking about individuality. Whatever this is, hang on, I'm going to have to put these on. Yeah, whatever this is, it's going to get you out of your head. You're going to have clarity about it. Yeah. Could be something that's coming in through community or friends. It may be maybe something from your past that in other words, it could be something you thought about doing before, or some way you thought of being before, or some part of you that is in there, but you've never really allowed yourself to explore it. Like art, for example. Have you ever thought about exploring something artistic? Because I feel like you would benefit from that if you haven't. I think that's something would be a great way for you to express your individuality. And that could be very lucrative for you. Something that you've, like another round, I got the Six of Cups here. That means something from your past, someone or something from your past. But I'm really feeling, yeah, Queen of Cups, these are great cards. King of Pentacles, Queen of Wands, and all in the upright. Something here that this is something that you've thought about doing in the past, or already tried in the past, or thought about but didn't do in the past. I think that this has to do with your second question about individuality. I'm feeling art. I mean, if you've never tried it, Sarah, have you ever? Can you let me know? Because I'm just kind of see you in front of a canvas. And I want to tell you, as I've told many of you that have been here before, I'm going to say I still am a professional artist, but it's not my prime thing anymore. But I also taught art classes, and so many people, I wish I had a nickel for every time I was talking with somebody about art and they say, oh, I can't draw a stick figure. I heard that more times than I have hairs on my head. Okay, all right, I already intuited your remark here, and I haven't read the whole thing, so let me finish what I'm going to say. And so people say, I'm not any good, I can't draw a stick figure, yada, yada. And so I have a couple of things to say about that. One is, of course you're not good, you've never done it before. Did you know how to ride a bike the first time you ever saw one? No, you had to learn how to do it. Were you born knowing how to cook? No, somebody had to show you, right? Or you had to pick up a book or something. So art is no different. It's a skill that you can learn. Now, I had an art teacher, a fabulous art teacher, and one of the things he told us, because, you know, everybody says that, and he'd heard it a million times too, but one of the things I gleaned from how he would talk to people about it is that the difference in, for example, the end product of what you might come up with and what I might come up with really has more to do with temperament than anything else. And maybe you just haven't found your niche or your particular medium, as artists call it. Maybe you're not a painter. Maybe you're a potter. Maybe you're not a painter. Maybe you're a metalsmith, or maybe, you know, maybe you want to work in yarn or dyeing fabrics. It could be anything. But you can't just try to paint a painting and feel like it was a failure and say, no, I can't do anything to do with art. Now, that's selling yourself short. And so, you know, what differentiates, again, the end result may be more about temperament. So like me, my temperament, I was trying to think if I had something here. Well, I mean, that's one of mine, but I don't have one that I can pick up and show you. I was one of those people that I would literally sit with my nose in it, like with the one hair brush for hours, or a pencil for hours and hours. And, you know, it's like a meditation. I would just get lost in it. And so I was that person. But some other people in the class, man, they were just expressive and they were all over the... So I always wanted to be more like that. I wanted to be more loose and expressive. And of course, they wanted to be more like me, detailed and knit. There's a Chinese proverb, the fish wants to be the bird and the bird wants to be the fish, and I won't go into that. But anyway, let me see your comment now. I want to see what you said. I used to paint and draw, but just for fun and therapy. I'm not good. I'm really trying to figure out what my purpose is still. Got you. You know, I heard... who was it, Cryon, or one of those spiritual teachers talk about, I have to take these off there, clinking around too much. Most people think it's human nature to think we have a big grand purpose. And maybe you do, Sarah. This is not me saying anything about you, whether you do or you don't. But I think the highest purpose, the biggest purpose for all of us when we come into this world is to simply spread some love around, you know? I mean, that is not meant to be a cliche. That is a serious. Being you, focusing on being a good and simple person, being responsible for your energy, responsible for your vibration. You're like the first ripple on the pond. You're putting out, that ripple is affecting all the people that you encounter and the earth itself. I mean, literally, it's affecting the whole world. And I'm not saying, trying to make you have a big head, but what I'm trying to say is people don't understand just your presence is enough. Just your presence is purpose enough. Everybody you encounter in your life will be affected by your presence. You don't have to have some great, I'm gonna be Mother Teresa on the mountaintop purpose in life to make a difference. You know, it might be one person that you encounter in your lifetime that you do a kind deed for, that you make a difference in their life. Now, you don't know that that person then goes off, and that person may be the one who goes to the mountaintop, who affects thousands and thousands of lives, whatever. You don't know that. You may never get to know that. So the purpose in life is really simply find happiness, do what comes in front of you, and be responsible with your energy and how you're conducting your life and the choices that you make. Now, that being said, I think it's also advisable or suggested that you ask your angels. I was talking about this earlier in the live. They're so underutilized. They can't really interfere with us. They can't butt in unless we ask them for help. So ask them, angels, I call upon you to please align me with my purpose. What does Spirit want me to do in this lifetime? And I totally respect the question. I mean, I do, because I feel like I've asked that question a few times myself, but it's kind of like, I want you to understand it may not be some big massive thing, but you don't know what a difference you make. You might make a huge difference in the world. But typically, it's something that you love doing. One second, hold that thought, Sarah. I want to close my blinds here. It's usually something that you don't think about is, hang on a minute. It doesn't feel like work. It's probably something that you're already good at, or you already love, maybe like a hobby or something, and you don't think of it as being anything grand. It's just something maybe you have a natural affinity for. That's often what the purpose is for you. Excuse me. I guess that's why Spirit wanted me to talk about that, because you needed to hear that, right? Sarah's saying that's true. I feel like I have to have more accomplishments before I can be enough for others. And that's so not true. Not true, not true, not true. And I feel like there, however many people are in the chat here, other people need to hear this too, guys. It's not about that. If there is some bigger purpose, it will find its way to you. Because it's like, it's a destined thing, it will find its way to you. You don't have to go and seek out to find that thing. It's going to find you. So really, it's more about you just being in the flow of you and your life and the people around you and doing you. And sure, it's okay to have desires and things you want to try. And by all means, go and do that. But it really is about being kind, being loving, putting yourself, out there in the sense that don't hide yourself away. You can't help people so much if you do that. Let me see what Melissa was saying here. There we go. I love that, Melissa. Excellent. Yes. And it's like putting up, so beautiful. That's such a great analogy. Melissa's talking about putting together a piece of music, which is a kind of art. She says, I'm a musician at heart, and I have a goal to learn every instrument I can. Every part is different, but put together creates amazing music. We all have our part in place. We give this world color. Amen, amen, amen. I don't know that I can say it better than that. So, Sarah, I think it's more about you believing. You have to have faith in yourself and what you believe in that's greater than you are. I mean, I have a lot of faith that God is putting me where I need to be. So if you don't understand that word, or you don't relate to that word God, then whatever you relate to. But for me, I truly believe God is aligning me where I need to be, because partly I have faith, and partly I affirm that every day. Thank you, God, for aligning me where I need to be today. Thank you, God, for putting the people and the synchronicities in front of me that are for my highest good and the highest good of other people. I thank you, God, for guiding my thoughts, words, and deeds, that I might be of help to other people today. You know, it's that kind of thinking, and then it will just come to you, Sarah. You don't have to go and look for it, honestly, is my opinion about that. Jenniana, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for the compliment. And my apologies if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. So, all that to be said, Sarah, I think Spirit is bringing something to you, which is back to this Ace of Wands. This is the universe coming in with a passionate new start of some kind, something that you'll be fired up about, essentially. It's an offer of some kind, something coming in, a wonderful new opportunity that's coming to you, and I think you're going to love it, whatever it is, and it could be lucrative for you. So I don't know what this is. I can't tell you, but I can tell you it's, again, back to reiterate, it's not so much about what the thing is. It's more about being sure you're in alignment, so that and your vibration is high, so that you can be in the flow when that thing comes in. It's more about that, really. I'm a good person. I'm simple. I'm making good, healthy decisions for myself and my environment, my family, and just being in the flow. And then these things will come to you. Spirit's saying, "Oh yeah, that one's listening. That person is listening. They know how to get into the flow. Let's send them lots of opportunities, because they'll know what to do with it when it comes, if they're in the flow." Sarah's saying, "Thank you very much. I'll work on being more grateful to the small things." It's so important. Y'all will be surprised how that changes your energy. And to work on my energy, be more positive, yes please, and call upon my angels to help align myself. That's all that I think you need. And let's see, I need to stop resisting and let everything flow. Amen. Yes, you got it totally. You got it, you got it, you got it, Sarah. I mean, I really do think if you can let go of that resistance, and resistance can be twofold. Resistance can be afraid of what's out there, or what, you know, afraid I can't handle what's coming. I mean, people have all kinds of resistance. Afraid to change, afraid of new things. Again, you can put all different kinds of name on it, but that creates resistance. So, Sarah, be open to new things, I would say, and that's going to keep you in the flow. That is awesome. Sarah, thank you so much, and because readings like this, I think, are for everybody. It's not just for you, it's for everybody. A message like that, I hope, I can't see quite how many people are here, but I hope everybody got something from that message too. It seems to be that kind of night where the readings are for everybody tonight, apparently. So just be you and talk to your angels, as I said, and I think you're going to be, be open. That's right. Be open to new things. Absolutely. Or old things that might want to revisit, but that maybe you had judged them before in some way. Anyway, that's what I have for you, Sarah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you purchasing a reading and super chat here tonight, and I hope to see you again, darling. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let me get a little sip of water here, and then we'll move to Marley. Oh, Melissa, thank you. I try. It seems to be my messages here are more about that, and I don't know. Sometimes they're more specific, and then sometimes I guess it depends on who's here, and Spirit knows that. Spirit knows who's here and who's listening and might benefit from that. Again, that's about being in alignment, because I asked to be in alignment for who can benefit from my messages. So I trust that is happening, whether there's one person here or, 100. Oh, good. Okay, yeah, go check out Jasmine. I just have a feeling you might like her. Well, she focuses on relationships predominantly, but she has all kinds of videos. But yeah, I think you might like them. Okay, now Marley purchased a reading, and I didn't notice if you had posted your question over on PayPal or not. Let me check on that, Marley. Oh, I see your comment. One second. Let me get back on. Okay. What is happening in relationships right now? All right. Derek, that is a very deep subject you're touching on there. You're saying spirits put images in your head. Well, maybe you're an intuitive, and that's one of the ways they send you messages. That could be. Oh, Melissa. Well, I'm grateful you found us too. We have a really good community here and a really supportive community. So I hope you will stick around and participate in our readings. So that would be great. And we also appreciate you bringing good positive energy here. We're all about that. We are all about that. All right, let me see. What deck for Marley, please? Let's ask about Marley's relationship. What is happening in Marley's relationship right now? Can you tell me, Spirit, please? So Derek, let's see, it's different messages, and I would like to know if there is a community I can join. Derek, probably yes. If you're asking, okay, that's a deep subject. Okay, I'm going to stop for 1 second because I don't want to get into Marley's reading. Okay, Derek, there are a lot of people on this live right now and people who would see this later. So I have to consider that because I want to have integrity, and I want to have authenticity and all those things here on my channel. So but I have to be mindful of who I'm talking to, kind of is what I'm trying to say. So I would have to talk to you more and ask some more questions. It's like you could be mentally unstable and having illusion, do you know what I'm saying? Visions in your head. I don't know enough about you to just answer a question like that. But for a moment, let's assume that you are mentally healthy, and now you're saying, spirits do this to me. Well, I don't like that language. I prefer you to say, take responsibility, because if you're telling me spirits are doing something to you, that could be a whole other subject of, do you feel like you're being possessed? Have you ever had this experience before? Have you ever, did you grow up as a child? Were you seeing things then? Did you feel like So there's a whole big can of worms that you may not understand yet, and that is involved around me answering that question. It's not a yes or no thing. Now, assuming you don't mean spirits like something outside of you manipulating you, and you're just getting messages about people and you're not understanding where they're coming from, that very well could be your intuition. Because as I've just talked about it, you might want to play the live that I did 2 days, the last live on my channel. We talked about, in fact, it was talking to Misha, I think it was, that when you're learning about intuition, intuitives have different skills. There are 8 different clairs that we know of. There could be more. And it's like a language you have to learn. You have to learn what your language is. It's very unique to each reader. Your language may be that you get images. Your language may be that you have tastes that come in your mouth that tell you things, or smells. Your language is you might just know something. So intuition is a unique language. So if you're asking that kind of question, then, I mean, can you see how each one of these would be a different community, okay, in terms of what you want to connect with? You know, if you just want to know how to talk to spirits, that would be a very different community. I hope that, let me see, it's different messages and would like to know if there's, I hope that helps. Okay, yes, it's your intuition. Okay, well, Derek, I talk a lot about that here on my channel. I'm not trying to push my channel. I think you should be drawn somewhere that you feel aligned with, as I was just talking. But we do talk about all that kind of thing here. Now I don't talk about it, the specifics of that necessarily here on the live chat. That might be something I would do in my membership, or Misha and I were just talking about this, building, probably putting together a course about it, but it is something that we talk about here. And so I would recommend, you know, stick around, see if you like what we do here, what we talk about, and playing my last live where I was talking more about that. That might help. But I'm sure there are communities. I'm very sure there are communities here. You could probably just do a YouTube search for how to use your intuition, or, you know, but be careful, because there's everything out there. I'll just say that. Excuse me. All right, now I'm going to have to get back into Marley's reading. Marley wanted to know what's going on in his relationship. Thank you so much for being patient, Marley. And this does not feel like the right deck, but I can't. Where is the right deck? Oh, maybe you meant for me to use the big one. That might be why. That could be why. You are welcome, Derek. My pleasure. My pleasure. Intuition is a muscle, and it's just like going to the gym. But Mish is a good one. She's asked so many good questions about that here, and we have had some good talks about it. And she's still here, so I haven't run her off yet. Okay. Show me. Please and thank you. Oh, fireworks. Still, I had to, what was that? Okay, fireworks. Show me, please, what's going on in Marley's relationship, please and thank you. Aw, thank you, Mish. I wasn't soliciting that, but I appreciate it. All right, come on now. Do you not want to talk? What's with this, Marley? What's going on? The cards are not eager. Well, that's conflicting. Well, Marley, I'm going to, you know, I have to tell you, because you didn't really ask a specific question about it. So tarot often gives me a backstory. So you'll just have to comment, please, and let me know if this resonates with you. Hey, Adi, I'm glad you're You may feel that somebody owes you an apology, or you need to reverse this. That's fine too. It could be either way. Somebody here, I think, may feel like they need an apology, they deserve an apology, they want an apology, but also it may feel like somebody's holding their feelings back, like they're being emotionally unavailable, basically. And somebody wants to come in or is thinking about coming in. And now wait, yeah, I'm going to say this two ways. I'm going to say with an offer, something tangible, or that could be what this is about. In other words, somebody wanted the other person to commit or to come offer them something or whatever, and I don't know, maybe that didn't happen. And so the other person is saying, well, I'm going to walk away then. I'm going to walk away. The other person, whichever one of you this applies to, could be saying, yeah, somebody here could have felt that was risky on some level, or they could have felt it was taking a risk, or they could have said, could be saying, you know, I'm just not sure this person's dependable. I don't know, that maybe you or them, they've been in and out of your life. Yeah, maybe one person is saying here, I hate to say this, wait, because that's a whole lot of unhappiness. But I want to get flyers. So let me, before I go there, let's see. Let's see what else Spirit wants to tell us here for you, Marley. Oh gosh, Deborah, that's so sweet of you to say that. Thank you. I'm so glad you're finding it helpful. See y'all, somebody's always listening, even when you don't know. You are so welcome, Deborah. Appreciate you being here. What else can you tell me about this relationship? Or Marley's relationship, please. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. I've got 2 aces in this reading. Wow. What in the world? Okay, all right. So another way I could read this, because I don't have any information on your situation whatsoever, and that's okay. I kind of like to do these for the most part without knowing a whole lot. Somebody could have walked away. Maybe they got another offer, or you gave them an offer and they scared them to death. I don't know what, but somebody walked away because they wanted to move on to calmer waters. Again, moving on, moving on. I got 2 cards of moving on here. Very possibly because you wanted to go pursue your stability, your money, your career, your happy home. You know, you wanted to focus on that, and you wanted to find, or wanted to pursue more passion in your life. I mean, this is awesome. I've got a whole lot of passion and opportunity here. And yet, what is going on? I got 2 cards of walking away here. This isn't making a whole lot of sense right now, Marley. Spirit is saying we're trying to balance this out. either saying patience is needed, or maybe you hoping for patience. Something that disappointed you in the past that you're giving a rethink to, or they are. Now, very likely there will be communication about this, or you're hoping for communication. Somebody here feels like something here was a failure. I don't know. Again, Marley, if you want to chime in here, let me know if I'm on track. I need to know if this is resonating on any level to you, please. So I feel like there was a tower moment caused because of this. You know, this could be, I'm being silly, but I'm not. I mean, this could be somebody won the lottery and you said, oh, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I want to, I mean, I don't know what it is. Okay, Marley's saying, yes, it is resonating. Or maybe one of you got a job, a fantastic job offer somewhere, and you're saying, oops, sorry, I got to pack my bags and go overseas somewhere. I don't know what that is, and pursue my career. That's very possible. It's something you feel passionate about. Okay, good. It is resonating. Thank you. Because I just don't like to keep going down a rabbit hole if it's not making sense for you. Okay, and then, all right, so this tower, now this has already happened, most likely, or it's creating an internal tower for you or this person. Meaning like, oh God, what do I do now? What do I do now? You know, that kind of thing. Well, thank you, Desi. I appreciate you too for showing me to you, for bringing you here. Thank you. And one of you feels like, well, I guess this is coming to a screeching halt. Nothing's moving now. Either you're saying, I guess we can't, you're either not my soulmate, or maybe you're saying, well, I guess we can't pursue this happy home life together. All right, hang on. Let me see. What else? Okay, so if this is what's happening, what is your actual question? Let's cut to the chase, because you're asking this because you have a question that you want to know about. Guys, I have got to turn my fan on. Hang on, y'all. Sorry. 1 second. 1 second. I forget to do this before I get on here. Okay, that's better. Move a little air in here. Yes, that southern heat is indeed outrageous. Brutal. Not for the faint of heart. Okay, there we go. There's the question. Thank you, Marley. Will I get the apology, an honest one? Let's go with that because, yeah, right now it's not happening. Let's ask. Let me put these back and I'll ask that question because now we kind of know where you're headed here. Well, Desi, where in Alabama are you? I'm in Birmingham. All right. Tell me, please, will Marley get the apology? And we'll ask for that. Start with that. 144. Yeah, I like it. Good handle. 10 minutes from warrior. Okay. Cool. My son and his wife own some property along the Warrior River. Ooh, that would be a yes. Justice card in the upright. because your person, you know, I don't know if you ended it or you said, I'm tired of being betrayed, or I don't know what it was, but this is my ending card, but it's in the reverse. So that means somebody's having a hard time letting go. Y'all, sorry, my nose is itching like crazy tonight. Letting go or accepting some kind of an ending of something. And it could have to do with some kind of commitment or doing things that were not, doing things that are not traditional or something. But yeah, the cycle's not over with you and this person. So, and I think they know you're unhappy. And they're trying to be strong. Yeah, these are good positive cards. I'm going to say yes. Now, will it be sincere? It felt like it was. That Judgment card, that's a strong card. That's a strong yes when it's in the upright. Oh, that's cool, Dizzy. Well, you know, that happens here often in my, I don't know about other readers, but for me, I have multiple times had people say, boy, this sounds a lot like my reading. And I think that happens. That's that law, you know, synchronicity. That, or we're all dating the same person. We joke about that here too when it's a love reading. So show me, I want to get more than one card. Will this apology be sincere? Yes. Yes. Yes, it will. Queen of Pentacles in the upright. Yes, it will, because this person just wants to put this heavy burden of whatever this was behind them. They want to put it down. Those wands are heavy. They want to put it down. Yeah, this person is having regret about whatever this was. There you go, Marley. Excuse me. That was in the reverse. I don't know, maybe it had to do with money or some kind of codependence or somebody not being single or somebody not being liberated in some form or fashion. And maybe they didn't tell you the truth about that, or they were cold about it. And that could have been what this offer was that came in, or it could have been about this offer. I mean, this could be somebody saying, hey, can we be exclusive, or can we do this or that? And you may say, oh, well, I would like to, but I'm married, or I'm in another relationship, or I don't know. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just using that as an example. And so one of you said, well, something's got to change here, because that, or we'll have to end this, because I'm not going to hang around with that. And so you pulled your cup of love back. Yep. Got to get a new perspective about that. Maybe we need to talk about this, because right now it's a failure and there's been a tower moment. Yeah, that was a difficult conversation, or you need to have this difficult conversation. Making a choice. Somebody here is having to make a choice in love, and very possibly to leave behind something that's toxic. Something that's holding them back, something that's toxic. This can be addictions, it can be another relationship, it can be anything that keeps you from being the best version of you, so that you can go toward this passionate new beginning. Now this, remember this came out? Or wasn't that your reading? No, it was the one before that. Anyway, don't remember. So that you can go toward this new beginning. So I'm going to say yes is the short answer for sure. Yes. That Queen of Pentacles in the upright says, yes, I want to put down this burden. I'm feeling bad. I'm feeling remorseful about this. So, Marley, there you have it. Ooh, Adia, are you now? And that's right, Dizzy. It's harder than it actually, it's harder, yeah. It's harder than it sounds. Well, you're welcome, Marley. I hope that helps. I do hope it helps. So, stand by. Be sure your phone is charged, and you get out of your bunny slippers and put on some makeup, and you know, all that. Or whatever. I don't know if Marley's a man or a woman. Sorry. That could go either way, but I don't know. You're a guy and you still might have bunny slippers. I don't know, but yeah, that looks good. I would say just, I feel like they want to, yeah, the card of reconciliation. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I'm so glad I get to end somebody's reading on a good note. We started off kind of heavy here tonight, so sheesh. Adia, I think it's the planets. Thank you, Marley. I'm sorry, one last time. Thank you so much for purchasing a reading and for being here tonight and lending us your good energy. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And I hope that helps. Yeah, Adia, I really... Yeah, I know. I'm there with you for the most part. I'm just not, I don't even care anymore. Well, Dizzy, and oftentimes that no contact is about you getting in touch with your self-worth. And when you do that, either that person will no longer be a part of the picture because they don't match your vibration around worth, or maybe Spirit will bring them in and they'll be healed, or maybe they'll bring you somebody new. So I think I'm up to date unless somebody paid for a reading that I don't know about. But I believe that that's all that I know of. So if you have paid for a reading maybe on PayPal and I didn't see it, let me know. Otherwise, I think I'm up to date here. Big time, Mish. Well, we've got a double whammy this time because Neptune is retrograde at the same time that Mercury is retrograde. And y'all do your own homework. I'm not an astrologer, so I can't speak with authority on that, but I heard an astrologer talking about it, and they were saying it's kind of a double whammy because of that. And Mercury is considered the planet of communication. I mean, it rules other things too, but most astrologers talk about it brings people from the past back, but it affects your communication. And what you'll notice, like I'm already feeling it because we're already in the shadow phase, there is a lead up to the actual Mercury retrograde called the pre-shadow. Then the actual Mercury retrograde is 3 weeks long. And then the post-shadow of Mercury retrograde, that's another 3 weeks long. So all that, I don't put much emphasis on the post-Mercury retrograde because for me, personally, my experience is that once it kind of goes direct a couple of days, I'm good to go. But not only does it typically bring people back from the past, it's anything that starts with an retrograde, like things that are good to do under a Mercury retrograde, or things that start, okay, we'll do, Mish. start with like renovation, redo, reunion sometimes, anything you're going to redo is typically favored under, generally speaking, under a Mercury retrograde. So yes, it brings people back from the past, but then it also, to complicate matters, affects communication. You have trouble making your words and your sentences and expressing yourself like you normally would. It can just, it's like a circuit that gets interrupted in your brain, and yeah, have trouble communicating. So it's a double whammy, I think, for sure. All right, let me look. My moderator says I need to check over here. Let me look. Okay, excellent. Londa, I don't know what your handle on YouTube is, but I will find out in a moment. Thank you so much for your purchasing a reading. Let me get back over here. So, who is that? Please let me know what your handle here is. You purchased a reading, so I need to know what your YouTube handle is. So, Londa, what is your YouTube handle? And then, of course, let me know what your question is for your reading. Okay, L. Patrice, is that's I think that's who that is. All right, I think we got it. Excuse me, guys. Thank you, Mish. You take such good care of me, my moderators. All right, so L. Patrice wants to know, how do I navigate my workplace? Ooh, Patrice, please go and replay my video, because I talk a lot here about manifestation and about how to make things work better for you and how you get in alignment and get in the flow and all that good stuff. And that applies to anything, whether you're asking about relationship or work, or I need to buy a new car and where's the money coming from, or anything you want. The answer is always the same. You have to get in alignment, and you have to be an energetic match for the thing that you're wanting. So with that being said, I'm going to let you do that on your own time, and let's pull some cards for you. Now, what deck we want to use here for Miss Ale? I'm going to call, are you, Patrice is a female. I think you're female. I'm guessing here. I can't really see that. Those pictures are so teeny tiny. All right, let's try. No, there's, well, which is it? I'm putting my hand on it. Let me see. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay, incoming. Londa, do you have a grandmother who's passed? Hold up, y'all. I can't proceed till I have that answer to that question. So 1 second here. Desi, thank you so much. I got your PayPal. Excellent. You will be next. So, LaRonda, please, I can't move on until I know the answer to your question, please. Yes, thank you, Dizzy. And moderators, I think Desi will probably be my last one tonight. So let's cut it off that. I would ask, do you have a grandmother who has passed over? Or a grandmother figure. I guess she doesn't technically. Great-grandmother. Okay, yeah. You were close with her, right? You used to stay with her. I mean, not live with her necessarily. I guess you could have, but you were really close to her. Yes, okay. So what's happening here, if everybody's watching, is if I'm in the middle of something here and like, for example, LaRonda wants me to talk about her job, and I pick up a deck of cards and it's like a brick. It might as well be a brick. I can't shuffle these. I can't do anything with it. My team is bringing somebody from the other side, so I have to honor that or I can't go any further. They will not let me shuffle. They won't let me do anything else until I talk to this person. So that's what's going on here. So LaRonda's going to get a twofer tonight. So you just never know what you're going to get here on my channel, so be sure you're subscribed. That was such a shameless plug, and I'm not even ashamed. Okay, LaRonda, so you got your grandmama here. She wants to come in and say hello. So bear with me here while I get, this is exciting. Yes, Miss, you know, on a side note between me and you, be careful what you ask for, because I've been telling Spirit, you've heard me say this out loud. Yeah, I'd really like to do more of those readings, and here we are, 2 nights in a row. Yes, I think she knows you miss her so much. That's why she wants to come through here. Oh, God, she loved you to... Oh, my God, I might just cry. This energy. Oh, my God, y'all. I don't usually get affected like this. This is the sweetest... Oh, man. Okay, I'm never coming out of this energy. This is a sweet lady. My goodness. Okay. She loved to do everything for everybody. She was one of those. Happy, sweet lady. So let me know if that's resonating. She was the only person that saw me for me. And she loved you to pieces. She sure did. She loved you to pieces. I think she talked to you about that, didn't she, Patrice? She was gentle, yes. And she talked to you about that. She's showing me a conversation she had with you at some point where you were, I mean, I'm kind of seeing you sitting on the side of the bed or something with her, and you were crying, and you were, nobody gets me, nobody sees me, nobody, I don't know, somebody had bullied you at school, or you were trying to do, excuse me, trying to do something, and nobody understood you. There's something here, but I'm seeing you two sitting beside each other. And clearly you're upset. And she's comforting you. And she's telling you, look. And she's just, was, like you said, one person who said to you, no, you need to be you. Don't try to be anybody but you. Don't listen to those people. You just need to be you. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Do you remember having a conversation like that with her? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, so now she's bringing me to current, CE, current era, and she's saying, Oh, wait, you're saying it was right before I was diagnosed with autism. Oh, my gosh. Wow. You thought you were broken. Oh, love, no, you're so not broken. Never, You are not broken. You're different, you're unique, but that's a positive thing. I have a theory about people with autism. I really think they are going to be the future in a good way, I mean, but that's a whole other conversation. Excuse me. She's saying right now you're having a little bit of a crisis of faith, and I've used that term twice tonight, and it's something I don't say very often, but there's something you're doubting, something you're experiencing right now in your current life. You're doubting yourself about it, something you're going through that I don't know if, I'm trying to see if I can tell what this is. I don't know if this has to do with work. Hello, Pink, welcome. Or if it's ADHD and autism. I always like to recommend, if you haven't heard of Gabor Mate, he's an excellent psychologist, and he talks about ADHD in terms of childhood trauma and things. So he's got some great YouTube videos here. Gabor Mate, Gabor, last name Mate. I highly recommend him if you want to educate yourself. He's a psychologist, but he also has a little bit more spiritual slant to things, like explaining how you got that, right? It's not a disease that you catch. It's not a gene. How does that happen? And so you might be interested in that, just as a sidebar. But back to your great-grandmother. So there's something you're going through now that you're feeling stressed about, and she wants to say, she's saying, remind her of this conversation. Her, I'm sorry. Yeah, her, I think you're her. We already did that. Of this conversation we had, that nothing has changed. You are still unique. You are unique in a good way. You're not just different. You're unique. You're not broken. You're unique. And that can be your superpower if you, yeah, that can be a superpower if you choose it to be, if you see it that way. Now, I talk a lot here, Patrice, about law of attraction and why it's so important that you manage your thoughts and you think positively, because you create through your thoughts. So there's an element here that she's pointing out here about you need to think better about yourself. First of all, don't be blaming everything on everybody else, because they're just being a mirror for you. So whatever this thing you're going through, yes, that was the conversation. So whatever this thing is that you're challenged with right now, or she could, if you haven't experienced this or you're not going through it right now, she could be predicting this is going to happen. And when this happens, remember that conversation. Remember how you felt, she's telling me. Remember how she helped you to feel confident in yourself, loving yourself. Because we can't depend on the world and anything outside of us to love us. That's an inside job, isn't it? Okay, what else would you like to say? LaRonda, she's talking about a dog. Did you have a dog? Did she have a dog? Or did you just get a dog? Are you thinking about getting a dog? She's bringing up the dog. Well, Cheyenne, I'm going to take that as a compliment. I love Helen Mirren. I think she's awesome. Oh, Desi, thank you. That's so, Desi's saying, I found my new spiritual tribe here. I'm so happy. Yes, come on in, honey. Come on in. We'll make you part of our tribe for sure, for sure. You had a dog. Okay. I think sometimes you felt like your great-grandmother and your dog, she's bringing up your dog. You used to talk to your dog, right? Like most people talk to a person. You talk to your dog because you felt like nobody got you. Your grandmother, your great-grandmother did, but your dog too. Didn't you used to talk to your dog? Because she's, okay, yes. Now that dog has passed over. Has that dog passed over, Patrice? Yes. Just like people die and come back in a different body, pets can do that too. So she's telling me she's going, this dog, the spirit, the soul of this dog is going to come back to you. And so be on the lookout for a pet. She's saying sometime in the next 6 months that this pet may be coming back to you in a different body, obviously. Aww, this past March. Oh, that's soon. I'm so sorry, honey. God, it took me forever to get over losing mine. Okay, so be on the lookout for that. Anything else you want to tell LaRonda? Did you just get a car, or are you thinking about getting a car? There's something here about a car. You just had something happen with your car. Be patient, y'all. Sorry, but a little bit of a delay here. She does give Big Mommy behind Desi. Okay. No, you're afraid to drive right now. Well, that's probably why she's bringing it up then. She's acknowledging that it had something to do with the car. I didn't know what. She's saying, what are you saying? What are you saying? She sees that you're struggling with your self-confidence is the bottom line, which would be a problem if you're driving a car. It takes some moxie to get out there and drive a car in today's world, doesn't it? You had a car and you sold it, okay. But the issue here is you're afraid to drive right now, yeah. That's a true statement. Desi is saying she's a pusher and knows you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. That's essentially the message, yes. That you really are just having a moment where you're doubting yourself, and that's playing now, coming back full circle to the original question you asked me, which is about work. That's playing in. That's why she's here and she's talking about all these things, is to let you know, first of all, she's just fine over there on the other side, by the way. And to let you know she is still alive. She's just not in a physical body, and that she sees what's going on with you. But she's talking about this lack of confidence that you're going through right now is affecting your work. Your ability, I don't know if this is it feels like you're trying to get a job that you want and you're not getting it, or something like that, or a position. Maybe you're already in a company and you can't get it. Something like that it feels like. So, okay, you know, I'm in the middle of something. If you want to hang around and ask me that when I'm finished with my readings, I might address that for you, but not right this minute. Let me see what you said. I can't get along with anyone. Okay. I have my dream job for now. Awesome. I'm glad. Okay. So, yeah, you can't get along with anyone. Well, why is that? Okay, here's the thing. And I'm not judging or blaming anything on you. You've got a tough plate there to deal with between ADHD and autism, but you're not the first, and you certainly won't be the last. It's becoming more popular, more common now that people have ADHD. I have it. Several of my family members have it. So I'm speaking, just so you know, I'm speaking from experience. It's more about you learning to manage it. It's not about, it's a bad handle. It's hard. I can't get along with anyone. No, you can't get along with yourself is the issue. So hear me out. I think you're judging yourself. You're using those things as a bit of a cop-out, as a bit of a way to not have to manage yourself. So I'm going to bust you a little bit on that. And it comes from love. It comes from love. Again, I'm not judging you. It's hard when you have those things. It's hard to overcome those things, and you get more, you find that you're more triggered. I know this again. It's easier to get triggered with some things than others. Okay. Hello, Ernest. Good evening. Yes, communication is harder for some than others, but that's not an excuse. And your grandmother's here to say, don't you let that be an excuse for you. It's about managing yourself. It's not about what those other people do and say. It's never about anything that people do and say. It's never about what happens to us in the world. Stuff happens to everybody in the world. It's what you do with it that matters. It's how you handle that matters. And so I think that's what needs to happen here for you, is you need to manage yourself a little bit better here. And what I mean is, don't take everything so personally, and I think you have a tendency to do that. You've got this stigma about yourself and about your conditions, and so you assume that people either know that about you or they know that about you and they judge you in some way. And basically what's happening here is that you kind of worked yourself into a corner of being a victim a little bit. So it's not our job to be responsible for how other people take us. If other people don't see our genius, or other people don't understand where we're coming from, if you're coming from a genuine place, that's all that matters, right? A genuine and honest and caring place. That's all that matters. And if other people don't get us, well, then I guess that's their loss, isn't it? And so I really think that's probably at the heart of the matter here, is learning you would benefit from not taking those things so personally, and just kind of learning to slough them off and say, oh, okay, well, that's just another person that didn't align with me, and I don't align with them, and that's fine. Let them go on over there and find their tribe. But I think it's getting in the way for you that you're taking all these things personally. Let me see if your grandmother has anything else, and then I'll pull some cards for you. Londa, she's talking totally random. Now we're skipping back. She's talking about biscuits. Did she make the best biscuits on the planet? Did you help her? Did she teach you how to make biscuits? Or was that your special time together when you get in the kitchen and she let you put your hands in the dough, or something about biscuits? Yes? Yes? Okay. Again, she's just confirming that this is really her here talking with you today. You're saying biscuits and gravy. There you go, biscuits and gravy. Amen to that. Sausage gravy too, please. Yes, please. White gravy. Oh, man, that's some good eating right there. Southern biscuits are the best. Amen. Okay, she's pulling her energy back, but let's see. Anything last? Any last? Oh, she's saying for you, Londa, don't forget where you came from. Now, I don't really know. I'm not going to interpret that. I don't know what that means. She's not really showing me more. She's just giving me the message. Don't forget where you came from. Okay, I think that means roots, but it also means her. Something about her, like, you're my granddaughter. You came from me. Remember that. And be proud of who you are, okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Grandma. I appreciate you coming in tonight. Thank you so much. Let me pick the deck up and see if it feels different. Can I go now? Oh, Lord, girl, you got your, like, this whole family reunion going on over there. I'm just saying. Yeah. It's funny because she said, don't forget where you came from. And like all your ancestors are showing up, like they're all lining up. Don't you forget where you came from. Okay. All right. I mean, they don't have necessarily messages, but it's like they're all showing up saying, I'm seeing a man. I'm seeing, yeah, all these people over there. Okay. Yeah, she can talk. I know it, right? Yes, she can. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Grandma. Appreciate that. Or Gigi, yeah. Now, my spirit team, can I get on? Can I pull some cards here now? How are we feeling about it? I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, oh Lord, we're not done. No. Okay, Londa, do you have, there's something here, a message about a younger male, like a little brother. Do you have a younger brother that's, I'm not sure if this person is here or past. I'm not. Do you have a younger brother? You have a son. Okay, maybe that's who this is in. Yeah. Okay, we're going to put the cards down because this still... I'm laughing at myself. I'm laughing at my team. Okay. What do you want to say about the son? Let's see here. To be sure that I've got that I'm getting this right, that it is your son, what they're showing me is this child is, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old, something or in that general vicinity. Is that your son? Okay, thank you. You just had a miscarriage because I kept saying I can't tell because it felt like this. Okay, that explains a lot. Yes. Thank you so much because there's 2 and I kept bouncing back and forth. It felt like somebody had crossed over and yet it felt like, so that explains it. Thank you so much. So she's talking about both because I felt like there was a miscarriage. I wasn't sure if that was you or because she's acknowledging the miscarriage. And I don't know if you know this, but I think it also was a boy. And she's saying she has the child. And she's also telling you, it's okay, baby, it's okay. That God's got him. God's got him. She's got him. God's got him. It's okay. I know, Gigi has the baby. That's right. Gigi has the baby. Now, I'm being told to tell you this baby was never destined. I know. I knew that was going to make you cry, honey. I'm so sorry. I mean, I am and I'm not. I want you to get the message. I mean, I'm sorry it's hurting. They're telling me to tell you that this baby was never meant to go to term, was never meant to have a life here. And its soul knew that when it was manifested. I'm sorry, I'm just already Mercury. So its soul knew that when it decided to come in, it was part of its destiny was to not go to term. So there's nothing that you need to feel guilty about. Nothing that you did wrong. Nothing that you could have done. I know, this is, okay, we're all going to have to get our hankies out, y'all. Sorry, but this is, welcome to my world. And that just says what loving people y'all are that you listen to this. So I know Mish got hankies out too. God, y'all gonna make me cry now. Stop it. It's a beautiful message. It just focus on the positivity that, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and rewind. Earlier in this very video here we're watching, we talked about soul contracts. This is a soul contract for you. This child knew it made a contract for you. Whatever reason, and I won't speculate, you needed to have that experience, that soul, that child needed to have that experience. That's a soul contract that's been honored, okay? And now that child has moved on, and you have no reason to feel bad about anything that happened regarding that miscarriage. Okay, good, because I think you might like to hear that soul contract stuff. And by the way, to Destiny, who's waiting very patiently for your reading, thank you. I just want to say thank you for being so patient here, because I never know when this is going to happen. It just pops in. They pop in. All right, so she just wants you to know that that child, that soul, she has the child. Again, God's got the child. Gigi's got the child. God's got the child. The child is fine. Okay, who is, I rarely ever get names, but I'm hearing Rodney. I don't know who Rodney is. Maybe you can let me know if that rings a bell. Okay, so that's that child. Now, now, do you want me to talk about her son? Were you, I know, Desi, I'm just over here being me. Your son, Londa, were you concerned, or are you concerned that he might also be autistic, that he might be on the spectrum? So, by the way, because I would forget to, yes, you're concerned about, yeah, because they're showing me that you are. I'm going to do a little quick plug. Guys, if you're interested in this kind of thing, I want to do, like, it's specific for deceased loved ones, reading, like either a live or a Zoom or something. If that interests you and you've got a deceased loved one, Two things. I have a long list of deceased loved ones playlist. You may already have a message that I've recorded for you there. Please go and watch that. Or secondly, shoot me a quick message or quick email and say, I'm interested in this, so I'll have your information when I put that together, and then I will notify you if you're interested in that. The orbs on the picture, this picture could be, and I'm going to come back to your son. Kathy, I have my brother's ashes and two of my pets' ashes sitting up here, just out of view, that you can't see on this bookcase to my right, and pictures of my ancestors up there. And so very possibly, I know my brother, it hangs out with me and helps me on these readings, so that's probably my big brother that you're seeing the orbs. You saw one flying around too. I love it. I love it when that happens. Okay, so back to you, Londa, your son. I just want to get this message clear for you. Oh, I see. He does something like this. Like, you know, some autistic children, they have a kind of a tick. They like rub their ears or a rock or something. Does he do something like that? And was that sort of a tip off for you when he started? I don't know what this is, but I'm just feeling something like that. Stems. Stemming. Is that what it's called? I didn't know that's what it had a name. Okay, thank y'all. All right. Okay. And I think that was sort of your tip-off that maybe something was not, that he might be on the spectrum, if I'm getting this message correctly. It's to calm, yes, it's to calm, yes, it's soothing. It soothes them, right? Calm them down. But thank you for educating me. I didn't know it had a name. Okay, you do it too? Okay, what else? All right, I'm being given a message to tell you, Londa, don't, to not worry about this child, that he's going to be taken care of. I don't know what that looks like, but they're telling me do not waste a lot of time and energy worrying about how this child's going to be provided for, that he's going to be taken care of. Boy, that's a beautiful, comforting message. You are very welcome. I know if I was a mom, I'd definitely want to hear that. Yeah, he's going to be taken care of. Now, I don't know if he's... So sorry, y'all. I feel like there may be some kind of a program that isn't even in place yet that may come along that may help him. I don't know, but Gigi's working on it. Gigi's working on it, so rest assured, he's going to be all right. He's going to be just fine. Okay. All right. I'm picking up the cards to see if I can move on yet. Is it? Anything else? Has he been, Londa, has he been talking about this a specific kind of shoe that he wants, or he just got some fabulous pair of shoes that he wants? I swear they seem like they may be red shoes, but that's a funny thing because it's been a theme here lately. But I've had this shoe theme in almost every channel reading I've done for deceased loved ones lately, and that's why I was trying not to say it, but there's something I have to say it. He got new shoes and they have red soles. Praise the Lord. I'm just saying. Thank you, team. Thank you, team. Okay, now I'm gonna cry. I'm about gonna cry on that one. It's just so, I have to laugh because it's so funny. How many people are getting, everybody in the world's getting shoes, I guess, that are coming through my reading. I don't know, it's funny. It's just funny. My team clearly has a sense of humor, right? Lord have mercy. I know, Mish totally gets that right. I'm blushing. Mish totally gets that reference. Red shoes. That, you know, and Mish, you know why I didn't want to talk about that, because I'm thinking, this is me. So as a lesson for you as a reader, Mish is also an intuitive. You got to give what you're given. And if you question it, oh, that's just coming in because I just bought new red shoes. Then sometimes you'll miss messages for people. Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you said that, LaRonda. Awesome. Now, all right. So enough. Okay, I think she gets the point that y'all see her now. This is their way of letting you know they're in your life. Your Gigi's clearly there. Oh, hey, she wants you to talk to her more, by the way. I think you've thought about doing that, but I don't know that you've actively done it. So, LaRonda, talk to Gigi more. And know that she is there and around you and sees what's going on and is there helping. She's helping. She's got your back, so to speak. Good, you will. Awesome. Now I got to take a breath. May I move on now? She's funny. She's saying to me, "You done good, little lady. You done good. You took care of that." Thank you, ma'am. Oh, that's so sweet. It's a lot easier knowing she's there. She truly and clearly she wanted you to know that. That's why she kept bringing in more stuff and more stuff. And well, if that didn't convince her, tell her about this. You know, kind of like that. I'm enjoying Gigi too, Grandma. I know I'm enjoying her. She's got sweet energy. Oh, yes, thank you. All right, yeah. Gigi has ruled tonight. All right, Gigi, can I move on, sweetheart? Can I move on? Okay, there we go. I feel it. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you to my team. Okay, we're moving now. We're something, aren't we, Kathy? We have fun in here. Now, I think all the spirits say to come to you. I don't know, maybe, Dizzy. I don't know, maybe. I have a kind of rules about that with my team. As long as they abide by my rules. Whew. Now, LaRonda, your original question was about work. Do you still want me to pull cards for you about that? I mean, I'll see. Does Tarot have anything to tell LaRonda about work? And I'm going to ask, LaRonda, that you replay this back to when I very first started doing your reading. Not only to hear what your grandma said, but also because they're telling me right again, the work situation is more about you having a good attitude about yourself. So I have to give that to you one more time. Excuse me. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Well, I did have a card pop out for you, so let's see what this says. And this is a card of communication. Speaking of communication at work, don't shoot the messenger. You can read it for yourself. Well, you could if the print wasn't backwards here on the card. The Page of Swords in reverse talks about deception, manipulation, all talk, haste, haphazard action, and wait for it, self-expression. So, I feel like the message is just what we started out with here tonight for you is this is more about you not taking things personally at work, how to get along with work. Don't take everything personally. Believe in yourself. Know that you are unique in a positive way. That's your superpower, honey. I'm telling you, that's your superpower. You're blessed with something that not many people have. And I know it's hard to maybe frame it as a blessing when you have autism, but it is if you choose for it to be. So I'm thinking that is your message tonight, is to turn those lemons into lemonade. Turn that into a superpower. Maybe you even do some research about how, I don't know what your particular proclivity is in terms, I don't know how to talk about it intelligently, like some autistics have particular gifts in certain areas, so I don't know what yours may be, but the big message for you about work tonight, I feel like, is to really, now please don't shoot the messenger, manage your mouth. For one thing, manage your mouth and manage your thoughts. Because sometimes I think you speak before you think, and that might get you into trouble. So watch that and start trying to get control of your thoughts and tell yourself when things happen, it's not personal. I don't care what's happening. Try not to take it personal. You could even spin it to say, okay, you're saying it resonates and I need to work on me. We all do, honey. We all do. I'm not picking on you. Everybody here does. But it feels like that could go so many, could take you a long way in life, period, of course. It's just a big message here about don't take it personal, that you need to see your autism as a gift, and that let that be your superpower. I mean, really. And don't use it to manipulate now. Don't use it to try to, like I have this thing, you know, like sometimes human rights, the pendulum swings too far in one direction and needs to come and find balance somewhere, so don't use it like that. I don't think you would do that. But basically, I think you got the message. I don't need to keep repeating myself, but I feel like you've embraced it, and I appreciate that so much. And Londa, thank you for purchasing a reading, and I'm so glad I could bring your sweet Gigi in tonight. Thank you for letting me feel her energy. That was just a blessing for me tonight. That was a gift for me tonight. Thank you. That was just sweet in all kinds of ways. So I hope that'll do you. I hope that'll do you. Okay, you are very, very, very welcome. Thank you, Patrice, or Londa. Yes. I have so many names and handles here. Oh, it's my pleasure, and it's no, truly it is my pleasure to do that. I enjoy doing those readings, and hope this is a trend here that my team is saying do more of them. Yeah, Dizzy, I know. I've got Destiny is here, and I need to get her question. I don't know what. Wait, what handle? Who is Destiny? Is that you, Desi? You might have said that, and forgive me. You know, I was checking out, so I have to come back now. I have to get back in my body here. Okay, I thought so when I thought about it for a second. Okay, whew. Catch my breath here. Oh, Kathy. Gigi is amazing. I'm telling you, she came through strong and clear tonight. They don't always, but she was, nope, I'm here. Let's do this. She's a sweetheart, yeah. Okay, let's see what Desi says. My boyfriend and I, we had a huge argument. Uh-oh, I'm sorry. We've been on and off energy-wise since then. I'm waiting on him to come back so we can talk about this. What exactly is he thinking about our relationship? Okay. Ooh, I love that, Nicole. Oh, I got to read this out loud. I love that. Autism is not a disability. It is God using you to teach others how to be balanced and use their gifts. Oh, preach it. That's beautiful. I love that. That is awesome. Well, Lee, hello, welcome, and thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Appreciate you lending some good energy to us and with us tonight. All right, let's see. What deck for Desi? I know, amen to that. That's right. I told you, I think there's something we're going to find. I've heard, was it either Cryon, might have been Cryon, talking about people, especially people with severe autism. It's like they are so ahead of us. It's like they don't almost, now I don't know, clearly you hold a job and you have a child, so you're not who I'm talking about here, LaRonda, but there are certain people on the autism spectrum that are, for example, nonverbal, that I think it was Cryon. If you don't know who that is, you can search it. Talked about how they are almost like an advanced race, that they come here and they don't need language to communicate, that I don't know all the things about, I might should go back and replay that, see if I can find it again, but it was interesting anyway. Oh, no, it's not a demonic possession, absolutely not. And it is a tough gift, I'm sure. I'm sure that's the truth. Okay. Desi, let's get a reading on you and your relationship. Okay, what deck for Desi? What deck for Desi? Okay, Desi gets the special one. Oh, wow, Mish, I didn't know that. Okay, that might be a good one to watch. I get the sense that's going to be a several hanky movie. Maybe. Oh, thank you, Kathy. And I'm going to send some good vibes back to you, too. I appreciate that. Awesome. We appreciate that. All the good vibes. Yes, please. Desi saying, I'm surprised my granddad isn't trying to come through telling me that I haven't fulfilled the promises I made. Ooh, I don't know. You're hiding from her. As if you could. As if you could. No, she's forgiven you. Don't you worry about that. She has forgiven you. Actually, she thinks it's funny now. That's a whole other story, but okay. Y'all let me know in the comments if I should do more of this. What do you think about that idea? And yes, I would have to charge something for it. I got bills to pay too. All right, show me please. Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, clearly there's regret and remorse here in this relationship. What So we're asking for the state of the relationship, how does this person feels. Need to have a past relative family reunion. That's funny. That's funny. Temple Grandin. Okay. Temple, let me write it down. Hang on. Temple, Grandin. Okay. Thank you for that, Mish. I'll check it out. So you would be interested in doing that? Okay. All right. Tell me more, please, about the relationship, Destiny's romantic relationship. Well, your person is confused, and I think probably you are too. Oh, my Lord, became a professor. Now, that's a story of overcoming, isn't it? Yep. Show me, please, the relationship. Thank you. Boy, this Page of Cups in reverse has been popular tonight. A lot of people withholding their feelings or need to apologize. Oh, gosh, Kathy, that's awesome. And yes, she does, I'm sure. Well, Desi, I don't think your person, I think well, both of you probably, but I feel like your person thinks there's unfinished business here. He's very good at hiding emotions. Yep, I think you're right about that. Well, he's questioning. Maybe you both are questioning if you're really each other's soulmate. Depending on if you, for example, living together or had some kind of long-term relationship, it's in disharmony right now. Okay, we'll say it like that. Yeah, he's holding back his feelings. But there's unfinished business, and yet there's no reconciliation here. Now, I don't know if he's saying, I don't want to reconcile, or if he's saying, I mean, it's just a statement. This can also be saying, maybe he could either, I mean, this can also speak about someone who's not awakened yet. You know, like sometimes we have to wait for people to wake up. This had either this person is making a choice or it had to do with a choice in love. Did you turn him down or did somebody turn somebody down? Because I've got a Ace of Pentacles, which talks about a missed opportunity. This is almost like some of the same cards here in that previous reading I did about love. Goodness. Okay, you're saying you're long distance. He lives about 2 hours away. We're in different races, and his parents don't like that. They don't even know of me, and that was always an argument between us. Ah. Okay. Well, that explains a lot. Yeah, that explains a lot. I can tell you this, though. There's love here. I mean, the lover's card, yeah, you're lovers, but this talks about a choice. So sometimes that's not always mean there's love, but even though he's holding back his feelings, he is checking up on you, probably looking up your social media. This is what we call the spying card, all right? And then I have the lovers. This is in the upright. It says he cares about you deeply. Yeah, and here it is. But this situation is not traditional. It goes against the grain. It's like he's saying, I'm not sure I can commit to you because these things, like you just pointed out. And I can attest to this, that my last relationship was very much similar to yours. I mean, we didn't live 2 hours apart, but we were from different cultures, different countries. Yep. My children didn't approve. You know, it was kind of a secret thing, mainly because we didn't want to ruffle feathers. So I understand. Now, we have the Two of Wands. This is somebody making a choice. Choosing one wand over the other, making a choice to go in a direction, a new direction, and very well will communicate that with you. I like that. Maybe a person's going to man up here. We got the King of Wands. All right. Maybe they're going to man up and stand, you know, take the high ground, stand and defend this relationship. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't ask about actions. You asked me how he's feeling. Yeah, and he always took it personal when I complained. He's white and you're black and we live in Alabama. Oh, good Lord, I can because guess what? I live in Alabama too. Now, my person's Hispanic, but still in Alabama. So, I get you. I feel you. 100% feel you. And things are changing, thank God, but they are still, you know, Alabama and the South, it's one of the last places for change to happen, we know. You know, you live in Alabama, you'll know this saying. For those of you who don't know, we have a saying here in Alabama that, thank God for Mississippi, otherwise we'd be last. Have you heard that saying? Okay, so we've established, yes, he loves you. I mean, have you heard that? Well, that's a separate question, isn't it? So, but I can't help. I have to ask. I was going to ask that before you said it anyway. I know it says one question, but sometimes, like I got nobody behind you waiting for a reading, so I think I'll ask. We'll see if it'll, sometimes it won't tell me, but we'll ask. What might his actions be towards you? Whoa. Oh, I don't want to take that card. I'm going to let it sit there. I don't like it. No, I'm going to shuffle it back. If it comes out again, then it was meant to be. Let's see what comes out here. I didn't really get the question out good. All right. What are his potential actions? What are Desi's potential actions toward Desi? Destiny. You know, Rabble, there's a saying, sometimes love is not enough. It can be true love and it's still not enough. Okay, I like that. Justice card in the upright. All right, let's see. Definitely not enough, is it, Adia? I know. We know of this. We know of this. Ooh. Words aren't enough either. You can smooth talk me all day, but what do your actions say? Oh, amen. That is so very true. Your person, now, hold on. I'm trying to, I mean, I know the message here, but I'm just looking to see if there's how to translate this into actions. So bear with me. Oh, Kathy, gosh, that's a sad story too. Oh, Lord. Y'all, I just don't. I'll tell y'all a quick story about me. I was raised in Georgia, born and raised in Georgia. My parents were too. They were Southern. But I thank God every day. My mother worked when a lot of women, most women in her generation didn't work. But she worked in my dad's company. And because she did that, they had to hire somebody to take care of me. So I was raised by a black lady whose name was Lavinia. Lavinia was my second mama. I loved her to the moon and back, and she loved me. My parents didn't talk. I mean, there was just, I just grew up. I was never prejudiced. Even right here in the South, they didn't talk about it. They didn't say, they just weren't, thank God, those people. I mean, I was around it. You can't help not know it, but it just wasn't how I was raised, and I feel so blessed. In fact, I stayed in touch with her. She was going through a dialysis for her kidneys the last time I talked to her, but I mean, that's after I was married and had kids. We stayed in touch. Christine, I am very well. How are you today? Thank you for joining us. I'm just trying to understand, as far as actions. If I have to read this for actions, the Justice card is very positive. It says, I want things to be fair. I'm going to treat you fair. However, the Ten of Pentacles, in other words, I've got a back and forth energy here. Ten of Pentacles talks about there is no happy. The Ten of Pentacles in the upright is a happy home. The dog, the kids, the picket fence, the whole business. In the reverse, it's the opposite of that. It's saying, no, we're not. There's no harmony here. There's no stability here. Maybe the money's not even good here. And yet, he thinks about you positively. He misses you. This is the card of nostalgia. Okay, and I have the Lovers again. This is not about the fact whether there's love or not. We've established there is love here. Okay, and I think he knows he has to make a choice. This card was used to be called the Choice. He knows he's got to make a choice to leave this toxic situation that he's dealing with, which I presume is the family that you described. But the Devil card talks about toxicity, toxic relationships, anything that's holding you back in life from what you want, from what you've keeps you from being the best version of you. can also talk about addictions. Addictions can be codependence with your family too. You're saying he's scared to even say anything to his parents. Yeah, they're his adopted parents. Oh, wow, Dizzy, thank you. This video tagged, excuse me, lagged. Oh, yeah, it does that sometimes. Well, you're not talking, you said that, but here we go. I've got one of my other popular cards in all the readings. The Ten of Swords in reverse. This is saying this ending between you two, he either doesn't want it to end or he's having a really hard time accepting the ending or getting over it. Again, you might, I mean, it's possible you could hear from him, but again, he cares about you. Now, in terms of action, this can be a messenger coming in to tell you how he feels. And I think he's, but so at the same time, like I said, conflicting energies. This has got, I don't know what to do written all over it. I'm going to say it like that, Desi. Well, exactly what I was about to say, Desi. You're saying he's avoiding the conversation because this has that, I love you and I know what I need to do to fix this, but I'm going to sit over here and wallow in this even though I'm not happy in this. And I'm thinking about coming to you and telling you how I feel and bringing you this cup of love, but I'm just not sure if I have one more fight in me. This is the wounded warrior. I may have to give up here because I don't know if I can ever find any peace or balance or harmony in this situation. I don't know if I have the patience to do this. I don't know if I've learned, if I can accept this lesson that has to be learned here and deal with this. So at the moment, I'm not coming forward. So you got one night coming forward and the other night holding back. Again, no question that he loves you. That's not in question here. But you're right. He is so focused on the conflict that he's what's the word? Frozen, I want to say. He's frozen in this indecision here. This talks about a crossroads, but now I have the Seven of, this feels like, okay, this is the card of deception. It can be lying and cheating. So I think he's talking about he doesn't want to continue. He doesn't like the deceptive, like he feels like he's lying to his family. He doesn't like that. And yet he doesn't have the courage to do anything about it, apparently. He knows it's disappointing. Yeah. There are other people here. There's an indulgence, but yet, yeah, knowing he's out in the cold, keeping things hidden and secret, continuing to try to balance and not being happy. He's all over the place. He doesn't know what he wants to do yet. That's why I can't get a clear answer, because he doesn't know yet in terms of actions. I have no cards in this spread right now that say he will reach out to you or that he plans to talk to you directly. I have this one card that says he is thinking about it, but because it's followed by the cards that's behind it, I can only say he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it, and again, right now he's undecided, is my feeling. He's wallowing. He is wallowing right now. Y'all know what that means, right? Just sitting in the disappointment of it. So right now, Desi, I don't see him making any moves. But, you know, this could change tomorrow. Now, you were here earlier. You've heard me talk about the law of attraction. So I'm going to ask that you, I give homework here on my channel, you get busy educating yourself about law of attraction. I love Abraham Hicks, one of my favorites. And start practicing that. Like I said, do a deep dive into that and start doing some of those practices, because you could change this. You could totally change this right now. It's just, when I do readings, I'm just checking in on, I started this whole reading by saying that this is just one potential in the quantum field. This just is a statement of where the trajectory that you're on at the moment. But if you get busy and start manifesting, you could change this tomorrow. I mean, you literally can collapse timelines when you get into your power and start owning that you can do this and you understand about manifestation. Oh. I was reading your comment about you need to stop playing on the playground. Desi, write this down. Abraham Hicks. Abraham Hicks is a very world-renowned teacher on manifestation. And just start doing a deep dive into, you know, into that. Joe Dispenza is another one that I like. Oops, sorry for hitting my mic. Crochet Queen is here. How are you tonight, love? Ooh. Crochet Queen says, I asked the universe if I'm an empath, and the universe said yes. Well, alrighty. Well, you're in the right crowd here, because a lot of people in my community are. And I'm with Kathy on that, Desi. Enjoy being young. Oh, you've got so much life ahead of you. So much life. But what I'm here is you need to work on being accepted for who you are. Work on, I am honored. I am valued for who I am completely. I am honored. People see my value. People see my worth. Everybody appreciates me. Everybody values me. Something like that is what the issue is I'm feeling with this situation for you. And then that will show up in your life. That will be mirrored to you either by this person coming back or somebody better. Okay. Ooh. You can see color in people. Oh, that's very cool. That's something I've never been particular. That's not one of my clairs, so to speak. Very cool. Yep. A lot of people. I know. And you know what? Race is not a thing. Age is not a thing. To me, love is love is love, you know? Whatever age you are, whatever race, that's just how I feel about it. Okay, good people. I have, I think, finished my last reading. I am caught up. Yep, I think that's it. Yep. And love is work. It is that. Well, it is, however, if you understand the law of attraction, it's not, because really the work is loving yourself. The work is all about loving you. And then whoever comes into your life will reflect that. Because people are just a mirror to show you where you are in your journey, where you're healed and where you're not healed. Ooh, I have a light blue light. I like that. I wonder, that's if that's associated, because the throat can be indigo blue. That was not a light blue though, but whew, yodi, yodi. Okay, 100%, 100,000%, a million. I don't see the commas. That may be 1,000,000%, but yes, I agree. And I'm wearing blue too. Yeah, that's right. It's a blue day. And my nails are blue. It's a blue period. I'm going through blue. Sometimes I go red, sometimes I go pink, and then I'm in my blue phase. All right, good people. I love y'all. This has been a great chat tonight. I'm loving all the great people that have found us and feel like we're their tribe, and welcome all of you in tonight. And I'll be back, not sure what night yet, but you know, I'm here 2 or 3 nights a week, so be sure you have your notifications turned on. Hey, Adia, did you resolve that? Because I was thinking, Adia, one of my members and moderators, said she wasn't getting notifications. The only solution that I've heard other creators mention about that is sometimes you have to literally delete the app, reload it, sign in again, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell again. Sometimes that it's a reset, something you have to do on YouTube. So if anybody has trouble, that might be the solution. But anyway. Oh, okay, good. Well, that's awesome. I think it's been a great live too, Adia. Thank you, as always, for being here. Thanks to all my moderators. I can't do this without you. I say that every time, and I really, really mean it. I can't be where I need to be in the energy without you guys. So, thanks everybody so much. And thanks for everybody who supported me tonight. I have felt some really, really good energy here with you guys tonight. Yes, Kathy, sweet dreams to you too. Okay, guys, many, many blessings, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.